Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting of July 7th, 2020. So could we please start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
So we have 2 items of closed session. Is there any public comment regarding our closed session items that have come in?
There are none.
Is there anyone here physically in the building? No? Okay, so seeing that, we will now convene to closed session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. We are back now from closed session. I just want to make some opening comments, and then we'll proceed on with the meeting. So good afternoon, and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distance protocols and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join us via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on the agenda item and 3 minutes under public presentations. And public presentations are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments via on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclara.gov. That's public comment at santaclara.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that you have an opportunity to speak if you do come down to City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well as here in City Hall, in the council chambers. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. I want to thank all Santa Clarans for all of your efforts in following the very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. So let's move on to the council agenda. Assistant City Clerk, you have some comments to read?
Yes, AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. We're going to the City Attorney, reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Thank you. Continuances and exceptions. Does any member of the council have a continuance or an exception to the agenda? Or do we have any member of the public? Has anyone? No one here? Any member of the public sent in a comment or a continuance, and none from the council? I actually can't see the council's, Nora, you'll have to tell me if the council is.
And no one's raising their hand.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next we're going to move to our special order of business, and that will be a verbal report from our city manager, Deanna Santana, regarding COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic. City manager.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by our Chief Emergency Service Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, and she's going to provide an update on the COVID set of events, as we've certainly been through an unusual past 72 hours with the state's disapproval, approval in terms of what's permissible and not. So she'll provide clarification in the numbers. Then we'll follow by 2 videos, one on our new energy efficiency program for small businesses, still thinking about them as we all try to support their recovery in this COVID environment, as well as our PIO Lenko Wright's new communication tool where she's providing video updates as well. While I have a maximum audience, I recognize that people will drop off during various parts of the agenda. For disclosure, I do want to state that we are looking at moving the July 13th and 14th meetings from 2 p.m. to 1 p.m. The next couple agendas, as tonight's, will be very lengthy, and we want to make sure that there's maximum time to deliberate on the items. So Lisa, I'm going to hand it over to you for an update of what's occurred since we last provided an update. Lisa?
Okay, thank you very much, City Manager Santana. This is Lisa Schoenthal, the city's Chief Emergency Services Officer. And good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Beginning with our COVID numbers, with the data, our cases in total of COVID so far, as of last evening, were 5,478 cases within Santa Clara County. That reflects an increase of 80 cases from the previous day. Our hospitalization numbers are at 88, and the county reports this is 21 additional hospitalizations from the day before. Our total number of fatalities attributed to COVID in the county are at 165, tragically. This reflects an increase of 1 death from the day before. And the latest data for the cases within the city of Santa Clara is as of Sunday evening, July 5th, the number is 272, which is an increase of 4 from the day before. There was a lot of attention over the weekend that City Manager Santana alluded to about the state not allowing outdoor dining, while the county June 5th order did allow this. Whenever there is a discrepancy between the county and state orders, it is the stricter of the 2 orders that we are required to follow. There was also enforcement by the California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control in South County on Friday, in which some restaurants were given warnings for having outdoor dining, which was not allowed by the state in Santa Clara County, without an approved variance or special approval from the state to move through stage 2 of California's roadmap to modify the stay-at-home order that had been issued by the governor. The good news, let's focus on the good news right now, it's that the county received after the county received an initial rejection from the state over the weekend. Today, the county reported that they revised their variance application last night, and the state approved their application for the variance today. So the county and the state were reportedly working together very closely over the weekend to make this happen. So what this means is that the new public health order that was released last Thursday, July 2nd, will go into effect next Monday, July 13th. The county had planned for the new order to be effective after the state approved the county variance request, and they planned for that to be no sooner than July 13th. So the new order will allow hair and nail services, gyms, and small gatherings with strict social distancing and public health protocols in place. The county reports the approved variance will also allow outdoor dining. The City Emergency Operations Center, or EOC as we refer to it, monitors the county and the state requirements and the guidance, as well as guidance from the CDC and the World Health Organization, among vast other amounts of information. The subject of public swimming pools has been a source of confusion for some. Going back to the June 5th county order that allowed outdoor public swimming pools, we observed on the California Department of Public Health's website that public pools were not allowed without the county obtaining a variance or special approval from the state. After inquiring about this with Santa Clara County on a number of occasions, I was not advised that the county had obtained the variance or approval from the state for outdoor public pools to be open. So I brought this discrepancy between the county and the state order to the attention of City Manager Santana, who showed leadership for the safety of our community and complied with the state order by not opening our city's pools, even while other public pools were opened. Today, in fact, just a few hours ago, the County EOC Public Information Team stated that outdoor public pools are allowed with restrictions, and I am confirming the details of this with the County EOC management team. We'll be reviewing the new order in greater detail in future council meetings. This is very new information we've received in just the last few hours, as I shared. The county will be releasing mandatory directives with rules to direct the new allowable activities, hopefully soon. And I will now turn things back to City Manager Santana.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to ask if we could queue up the videos and show both videos that I had mentioned earlier. This is just an opportunity to engage more with the community as well as to try new communication channels. The first is Lenka's new report out instead of just the normal text reports out that we provide.
Hi, I'm Lenka Wright, coming to you from the City of Santa Clara's Emergency Operations Center. Here are the top 3 happenings about COVID-19 for the week of June 29th. Number 1, Santa Clara County is on the state's county monitoring list for COVID-19, and as of Wednesday, July 1st, became one of 19 counties that must close some indoor business operations unless they can be modified for outdoors or by pickup. Santa Clara County hasn't allowed indoor dining or movie theaters yet. However, it means any plans to do so will have to be put on hold for at least the next 3 weeks. Number 2, all parking facilities at state beaches must be closed this upcoming holiday weekend. And for number 3, the coronavirus isn't taking a day off. This 4th of July weekend, public health officials urge everyone to avoid crowds, physically distance from others, and wear face coverings when in public, all in an effort to slow down the spread of the coronavirus. For more information, visit us online at santaclaraca.gov/coronavirus updates. That's it for now. Until next time, stay covered, Santa Clara.
Thank you. The next video we're going to show is on our newly released energy efficiency program, which targets
Mayor Lisa Gilmore. I'm excited to share with you that in addition to our other business assistance programs and grants, we are launching a new program to assist small businesses impacted by COVID-19 to implement energy efficiency projects. The new program will offer grants of up to $10,000 in energy efficiency upgrades that have verifiable energy savings to reduce electric utility bills. The Small Business Energy Efficiency Grant Program has approximately $1 million in funding from the Public Benefits Program budget and is expected to provide grants to assist between 100 to 150 business customers in Santa Clara. To maximize energy savings and utilization of grant funding, Silicon Valley Power will offer free energy audits or assistance in identifying eligible projects for qualified customers. They can assist in reviewing contractor bids. Program details and requirements are available at siliconvalleypower.com/business rebates. I encourage you to continue to support our small businesses and local restaurants. Until next time, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the good work of staff for always looking at creative and innovative ways to support our small businesses as well as our community, particularly during the time of COVID. So Mayor, that concludes our report, and I'll pass it over to you where we can respond to questions if there's any.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you for putting those programs together. And thank you, Lisa Schoenthal, for making sense of all the county versus state versus county versus state rules that have come down. I personally was confused about what could happen and what couldn't happen in this community. So I think the more information that we can put out to our community and really evaluate what the state and the county is putting out, I think the better it is for our businesses to be able to know what they can and can't do. So thank you for that really up to the minute, up to the hour information from the state/county. All right, does anyone else on the council have any comments? I don't, does anyone have their hand raised? Or any public members? Okay, and no one's here? All right, thank you very much. So seeing none, we're going to move on now to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless the council or the public member pulls a particular item. Do the council members have any items they'd like to pull for discussion? Simrat?
Teresa O'Neill, Councilmember O'Neill.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you. I'm okay to vote on them as a whole, but I wanted to comment on 2H and 2I. So I'm okay as long as I could, if we vote on it all together, as long as I can make a brief comment to the community about those.
Well, I'm glad you pulled 2H. Look, why don't we just go pull those, Teresa?
Okay.
Councilmember
Okay.
O'Neill, because I wanted to make a comment on H as well.
Okay.
So 2H and 2I. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Councilmember Shahal.
Councilmember Chahal?
I wanted to pull 2I, so which
That's
is already
pulled.
been pulled, so I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'll make some comments when time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Any other members of the council?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pull H and I as well for the same reasons as Councilmember O'Neill for comments, please.
Okay, those are the two popular ones today, H and I. Anyone else? All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
By Watanabe? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Hardy. Any other discussion? Anyone from the audience on the consent calendar? No comments? No one here in the chambers? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Yeah. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations. Do we have any public presentations, Assistant City Clerk?
I have none here.
All right, do we have anyone in the cafeteria that's physically here for public presentations? No. Thank you, Robin. Okay, we don't have any public presentations, so we're going to move on to consent items pulled for discussion. We'll start with you, Councilmember O'Neill, with item 2H, and that is note and file this informational report on new fencing at school properties. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mayor. So yes, I just wanted to bring this to the attention because I think a number of us have received emails, another communication about the appearance of some fencing, some of which is temporary, around a number of the Santa Clara Unified School sites in the city. And in the report, it does mention, this was not the city's action. I know that we've brought it up a couple times at school city liaison meetings, and I know because last night I had gone out to the grocery store and I had pulling my shopping cart and I was coming back a different way, and I thought, oh, I'll just cut through the Milliken Camp schoolyard, to save myself a few blocks. And I got up to the gate that I've gone through since I was a child, and it was locked. And there was no way onto the school grounds. So I know that this is causing some angst, and I could see it then as I went past the schoolyard, that it looks like the district, there's a lot of temporary fencing up, and it looks like there's permanent fencing that's being added. I saw some workers out this morning at Milliken School, which is near my house. And so I think we're going to put this on the agenda just to get an update from the school from the school district at the school city liaison meeting the first week of August. But I just wanted to let the community know that if they're not happy, that it's not us that's doing it. So that was my comment.
Thank you. Other council members on this?
Yes, Mayor, I had.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yes,
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. So, yes, for the same reason that Councilmember O'Neill pulled the item, I have been receiving and reading comments online on social media where parents were confused and why there was fencing up. A lot of people thought because of the COVID that campuses were being closed, and so it turned out it was a result of Measure BB, which was passed in 2018 by the school district that included more secure fencing to be installed. And I know we had talked about it during a school city liaison committee meeting, and there was concern as to, the reaction of the community, especially parents. And so we're seeing that now. Doesn't, from what I've read and heard back from parents, they weren't aware, they weren't given any warning. And so it's just caused a lot of confusion. They said they wouldn't have voted for it because, they like having access to the playgrounds, especially on the weekends. And so I'm glad that we're going to agendize it for a future school city liaison committee meeting and get an update. But for the same reason that Councilmember O'Neill said, this had nothing to do with the city. It was a school district action, and but we will be following up on it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal, did you pull this one as well? Councilmember Chahal?
No, Mayor.
Okay.
2I only.
2I, okay. Is there anyone else? No one else? Okay, thank you. I'm glad this was pulled because just like some of the council members, I've also been contacted so far a few times. I feel like it's escalating in terms of people asking questions. Half the people think it's the city fencing it off. They think it's city land. Others are unsure. So I'm glad that even the language for Measure BB was put in here. Here's the language: secure school campuses by improving fencing, security cameras, emergency communication systems, smoke detectors, fire alarms, and sprinklers. And while that all is well and good, there isn't anything in here that says all of the open space on every school campus is going to now be fenced in, because I think it would have gotten a completely different reaction if that were the case. And the fact now that more people than ever, because of the shelter in place, are using any green space, open space to do whatever, to recreate, walk their dog, whatever they're doing, whether it's a city park or the school campuses, are now going to find that they're all fenced in. Some think that it's temporary, but I think that those fences might become permanent reactions. And if so, that's also going to have another impact on all of our parks as well, if all of that open space is fenced off. So I think it's definitely a conversation. I know we brought it up the last couple of times at our city school liaison meeting, but I haven't seen anything put out by the school district about it. So we'll work with the district to, so the community knows, exactly what they're doing with their property, and what the expectations are going to be in the future, and whether all of this open space is now going to be fenced off. So, so thank you, City Manager, for putting this on the agenda to bring the attention to it, that it's not the city who fenced these, that it was the school district, but there's certainly more conversations to have, and we will do that within our City School Liaison Committee meeting, and we'll bring reports back to the full council and the public as well. Okay, is there
confirm, Mayor, that
yes.
I did put it on the joint meeting coming up in August. We are doing the agenda development, and I've added it.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else on the council? Anyone in the public Do we have any public comments on this?
We do not have public comment on this item, but we do have someone who raised their hand and we missed it on public presentation.
Okay, well, when we're done with consent, we'll go back to public presentations. Sorry about that, whoever raised their hand. Okay, is there a motion to note and file this?
Motion
moved.
to file, second.
Did you get that? Okay, I think that was motion by Davis, is that correct?
Oh, O'Neill.
O'Neill, second by Watanabe? Did I
Yes.
get that right? Okay, motion, second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have 2I, action to approve a water and sewer rate assistance program for residential customers. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight this to the community that, and I want to thank staff for working on this so quickly that we brought it up. I know that this has been, all of the utility rates are kind of a subject to some controversy right now. And actually, this morning I was in 3 different meetings talking to different members of our legislative, staffs in Sacramento and in Washington. About the stress that our utilities are facing with our residents' inability to pay bills and things like that. So this is I just want to highlight that it'll be an opportunity to provide some ongoing relief to some of our lower income families if they're needing help with their water and sewer bills. So that's my comment for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for bringing this up in the last couple of weeks as well. We also had other council members that pulled this. I think Councilmember Chahal and then Watanabe as well. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's the reason I pulled it out, so that we can let our community know that we are giving this rate discount of 25% during this pandemic period. And only reason was that staff could give some details like when will be the application period, how this will be operated. That would be good for the community. And I really appreciate that we are doing this thing at this juncture where our residents need a lot of help to pay their sewer and water bills. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal, and we'll get to the staff in a minute. Let's get with all the council questions first. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same comments, just to thank city staff for putting this program together again so quickly, and just thank the city because, our city just continues to take unprecedented actions. It seems like every day or every other day to benefit the residents and especially those in need. And we just want to call that out to the staff, but also want to make sure that our residents are aware. And I had the same concern or question about when there will be a rollout or a launch of the program in the near future. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? Okay, City Manager, did you want to talk about the rollout of this?
Sure. So we
Thank
did
you.
provide response in the publicly available questions and answers process for advanced questions from council members. I want to ask Gary to provide the details in terms of our communication strategy, and also want to thank our city staff for always being creative and innovative for new programs. Gary, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City Manager, Gary Welling, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. So yes, so the details, really excited about this program. We're doing an application process. We're coordinating with Silicon Valley Power, and we're utilizing their existing rate assistance application process. So to make this easier on families that are already enrolled. So we plan to modify the current application for the ease of use for the customers and for implementing the program. And then we'll work with finance to create a new rate. So we plan to roll this out sometime the second week in August after we get the new rate up and running, and then also the application process. And we are going to do outreach. There'll be an outreach letter that goes out to the existing enrollees. We think there's about 1,200. So we'll roll over the ones that are utilizing the SVP, low-income assistance or rate assistance program, and then we'll enroll those in the water and sewer rate assistance program. And then we'll also do a link information on our website and link that also to the SVP website. So that's what we're planning as far as outreach, and I know the communications team is going to be doing some outreach to the community. That's what we're working with Wright and her group.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else, City Manager, on that you'd like to add?
No, just my continued gratitude to staff for always being creative and looking at how to be efficient with these systems.
Thank you, and I know we're trying to roll out, seems like we're rolling out at least a program or more a week for assistance, and I think it's really, really needed out there and appreciated by our residents and our small businesses. Whatever we can do to help during this, unprecedented pandemic is everything we can do is going to help, and we're not going to stop until we continue to find other ways to help as well. So thank you, staff, for putting it together so quickly. I'm going to go back to public. Let's have a motion to establish the program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal, and motion by Vice Mayor Hardy. Any other discussion? Anyone else? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to go back to public presentations. We had a member of the public that wanted to speak during that time, and we missed that person. So, Assistant City Clerk.
Says Jane.
Mr. Jane?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can. Yes, we can.
Okay,
Go
very
ahead.
good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Suds Jane, and today promises to be a short agenda. So I'm really concerned that we're moving so many meetings to 1 p.m. Makes it very difficult for our public to participate. And I don't know when we're planning to return to 6 or 7 p.m. meetings. The other thing that's of concern to me is that 1 p.m. is when the closed session meetings start. And I've been sitting here for an hour and a half waiting for the public meeting to start. So I propose that the city provide some sort of time certain for the public meetings. I understand that it is not predictable when closed session will end, but perhaps you could say, well, the public meeting will start no earlier than 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or so on. So finally, we have an election coming up, and in the past, the city engaged with an ethics consultant to monitor and resolve disputes and protests, and we had a last word for him. I haven't heard the city propose anything like that or fund anything like that, so I would love to see that come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you on that. I think it's actually a good suggestion that we say that our public meeting will start or it won't start earlier than a certain time, because it is unpredictable for us in closed sessions, and it would give the public an opportunity so they're not waiting and waiting. I know when I go to other jurisdictions and I'm watching the public meetings, they do the same thing as we do in terms of closed session, and then there's no predictable time. So yes, I think we certainly can look into that. Okay, thank you. Any other public presentations? All right, moving on then, we have item number 3, which is follow-up information and possible council action on the written petition for the traffic calming measures along Briarwood Drive. City Manager?
I'm going to defer to our public works staff, who's going to provide a presentation on its findings as well as present options for the council to consider. Craig or Mike?
Thank you.
Yeah, this
Welcome.
Is Mike. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Blue, Assistant Director of Public Works. Hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
So the item, and we do have a presentation, so we'd like to have that up and running if possible. But the item before you tonight is regarding a written petition by residents for traffic calming measures along Briarwood Drive. This topic was before the council in February 2020, and tonight we have follow-up presentation for council consideration. I do have a presentation, as I mentioned, and hoping to see that here in a minute. Great, thank you. So if we can go to the next slide, which would. So as far as purpose and goals, we would like to discuss the city's neighborhood traffic calming program. We want to share the results of the city's study and lastly discuss options for council. Please move to slide 3. So just a quick bit of background for the council and those on the call. On January 7th, the city received a written petition with 62 signatures from residents within the area for traffic calming along Briarwood Drive between Cabrillo and Warburton due to noise, sideshow activity, and speeding. The next slide I have is an arrow map to show to the council. At the time, there was also a request for council to be on a future council agenda. Thank you. So on the right side of this slide is an aerial map. North is facing up, Cabrillo is on the top, or northern section of the map, and then El Camino is at the bottom. Warburton is just north of El Camino Real. Briarwood is represented with an orange line going top to bottom in the aerial. And then really just wanted to give you the lay of the land here. Briarwood is a north-south street, is residential in nature. It's 25 miles an hour in terms of its speed limit. And we have stop controls at Cabrillo, St. Lawrence, which is right in the middle there in the map, and Warburton. It's roughly 2,000 feet in length and it's near Lawrence Expressway. We can move to the next slide. So due to the written petition that came in January, on February 11th, the City Council discussed the petition to determine if council should agendize a future item on this topic. Residents attended the council meeting and spoke about their concerns, which we've listed on the slide. Residents had concerns regarding excessive speeds, unsafe driving, noise, sideshow activity, property damage, accidents, pedestrian and children's safety, and then a high volume of Santa Clara Unified School District buses. At the end of that item, the City Council asked staff to return on March 31st with a follow-up report. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this item did not return on March 31st. However, tonight's discussion takes the place of that March 31st item. If you can move to slide 6. Thank you. So at this point, I'd like to spend a few minutes giving some background on the city's neighborhood traffic calming program. It was approved by the council, and the intent is to address local neighborhood traffic concerns in a systemized manner. The city has guidelines and procedures that we follow, and there is an emphasis on community involvement and buy-in to any measures that will be implemented. It is worth noting that there are 3 levels of traffic calming measures incorporated into the program, which I will provide more detail in the next slide. If you can move to slide 7. Thank you. So with this slide, we'll talk a little bit about the 3 levels of traffic calming measures. Level 1 consists of education, enforcement, signing and striping, and speed radar devices. Level 2 takes it up a notch, and this involves more significant alterations to the street, such as chokers and gateways. And for example, a choker is where you install a small little island in the street, typically next to the curb, in order to kind of reduce the curb to curb, or the space for people to drive. Usually it's in place of a parking space. Level 3 is the last level, and this involves street alterations more significant and may also affect overall access. Here you have speed humps, traffic circles, and also traffic diverters. So we can move to the next slide. So now on slide 8 here, we have our procedure that's prescribed within the policy itself. Here's a flow chart that shows how we process these requests, and we do get quite a few. So first we start with citizen requests, and then city staff review the requests, which can include data collection. We then try to address concerns with level 1 measures, and if not satisfactory, look to have further neighborhood discussions. At this point, it is likely that we're discussing level 2 or 3 measures. This is when we ask that a petition of residents be completed. If the petition is satisfactory, we then schedule a city council meeting to discuss level 2 or 3 measures, and if approved by council and subject to available budget, move to design and installation. There is a note on the bottom that is worth bringing up, and I'll read that. It basically says that the petition must contain the signatures of property owners representing at least 70% of the properties that directly face the block under consideration. in addition, we want 100% concurrence from residents within 100 feet of the proposed level 2 or 3 device. This is really the part regarding community buy-in that is very important to staff and the city. We don't want to implement something that is going to become a problem for a resident in terms of it being right in front of their property. And if you've driven down, as I've driven down speed humps, there can be a little bit of noise as cars drive over, and some residents just plainly don't like that. So we do want to have that coordination to make sure that in the end we're not going to take one problem and then create another problem. So we can move to slide 9. Thank you. So level 2 and 3 criteria. So for these types of levels, we do have specific criteria that are listed within the program that staff follows as prescribed. Here are the criteria. So it must be a 2-lane residential street with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour. Traffic volume should be between 1,000 to 3,500 vehicles per day. When studied, 85% of vehicles should be traveling greater than 33 miles an hour. This is important. We'll come back to this a little bit later. The roadway itself should not be a primary emergency response route. And lastly, we want to look at the street and the neighborhood to ensure that any measures we install won't inadvertently divert traffic onto adjacent streets. So next, I'll discuss the results of the city's traffic study for Briarwood. If you could move to slide 10. So city staff collected traffic volume and speed data between February 11th and February 18th of this year. As shown on the map, the city placed traffic data collection equipment at 2 locations along Briarwood due to the stop sign at St. Lawrence Drive, which basically created 2 street segments. There was a data collection placed in front of 1961 Briarwood, which covers a section of Cabrillo to St. Lawrence. And then there was one placed at 1810 Briarwood Drive that covers a section of Briarwood between St. Lawrence to Warburton. So if you could move to slide 11. So here we have our data collection results, and I'd like to walk the council through this slide as there's a lot of information being presented here. Here you have a chart with location, direction of travel, daily volume, and 85th percentile speed on the top bar, right? 85th percentile is all the way to the right. We have this separated into 2 street segments as you go down the chart, and that's shown in terms of its description on the far left column. We show Briarwood Drive, Cabrillo to St. Lawrence, and then Briarwood Drive, St. Lawrence to Warburton. So at this point, I'd like to walk the council through some of the highlights versus going through each and every number. For the first segment of Cabrillo to St. Lawrence, we have a combined northbound and southbound directions. We have total daily volume of 1,870 vehicles and an 85th percentile speed of 32.1 miles per hour. For the second segment which is Briarwood between St. Lawrence to Warburton, the combined northbound and southbound daily volume is 1,213 vehicles, and the 85th percentile speed is 32.4 miles per hour. Additionally, we also provide information for the council in terms of separating the northbound and southbound, which you can see here on the chart. At this point, if we could move to slide 12. So originally, we wanted to conduct a community meeting on March 26th, but this was canceled due to the COVID pandemic. With the help of the city clerk and IT, we were able to conduct a virtual Zoom community meeting on June 3rd. We posted the meeting on Nextdoor and worked with Mr. Todd Bevis. He's the neighborhood leader who submitted the original petition to find the right date. At this community meeting, staff gave a presentation similar to what the council is seeing tonight, where we discussed the background, the city's neighborhood traffic calming program and its components, and our study findings. We also had a neighborhood Q&A session. And then lastly, we followed up with a city project webpage and included additional information for residents to see. And that included links to the February 11th council meeting report and the actual online viewing of that, our June 3rd presentation that we had presented, the Q&A that we went through, the 1999 neighborhood traffic calming guidelines as approved by council, and then the traffic data collected. If we could move to slide 13. So what's notable is that after the community meeting on June 24th, the city did receive an update to the original petition with additional names and addresses. With additional names and addresses, both petitions, the original and the updated version, show just over 70% support for speed humps as shown in the aerial maps to the right. properties shaded in green were in the original petition, and the blue properties were part of the June update. So if we can move to slide 14. So at this point, I'd like to talk about program compliance. This is where we take all the data that we've collected. We've completed for the most part, our study, and we determine compliance with the city's neighborhood traffic calming program requirements. With this slide, I'd like to walk you through that analysis. As discussed earlier, there are criteria that staff follows regarding level 2 and 3 measures. I will cover these in the next 2 slides. The first bullet highlights areas where compliance is achieved. So what we have is a street that's a two-lane residential street that is 25 miles an hour. We have daily volumes that are greater than 1,000 and less than 3,500. And it's also not a city emergency response route. The next bullet highlights where the data collected shows that we do not meet the 85th percentile speed being greater than 33 miles an hour. If you recall from a previous slide, the data was showing 32.1 between 32.1 and 32.4 miles per hour on Briarwood Drive for the 85th percentile. If council wanted to, council could approve a recommendation to waive this criteria due to the data showing speeds very close to exceeding 33 miles an hour. We can move to slide 15. So this slide highlights community buy-in as discussed earlier. The program does require 70% of the residents on the streets affected by traffic calming measures to support that measure, and that 100% of the residents within 100 feet approve the installation of the device. As shown with the updated petition information on a previous slide, it appears that we have 70% support, but staff has not verified with a mailer of our own. Regarding 100% concurrence from property owners within 100 feet of the actual measure, although we do have a preliminary design, this has not been finalized yet until we wanted to present this information to council, so we can't confirm that we have 100% buy-in. Also important to note is that if council wanted to, council could approve a recommendation to waive these criteria based on the information presented tonight. We can move to slide 16. So with that, staff would like to highlight and offer the council several alternatives for council consideration tonight. The first alternative is to not approve level 2 or 3 traffic calming measures and have staff proceed with level 1 measures. Number 2 would be to waive the neighborhood traffic calming program requirements regarding the 85th percentile and allow the installation of the level 2 or 3 measures, which does include speed humps, and direct staff to work with the community to obtain written petition approvals to comply with the program. Number 3 would be to waive the neighborhood traffic calming requirements to allow the installation of level 2 or 3 measures, direct staff to finalize the speed hump locations, and also waive the 70% and 100% written petition approval requirements. And then finally, any other action is directed by council. This does conclude staff's presentation, and we are available for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I think we were lucky to get the survey before the pandemic was in full force, so we actually have some good numbers. And as shocking as some of those numbers are, it's amazing on that street how many people are driving up and down Briarwood. It's not surprising, but it's really shocking to see those numbers. It's a residential neighborhood. Do we have, okay, so I have first Councilmember Davis and then Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember Davis?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Michael, for everything that you did in our COVID world and trying to get everything as far as the community outreach. I kind of feel that Mr. Beavis did his due diligence to get this taken care of. I know that in our surface streets, because of waves and other things that are going on, people are traveling down and they're not really mindful of what's happening, whether it be speeding or road rage. Some incidents or what our council member Watanabe has gotten into policy is our street racing. So I think that they did prove that they had over that 70%. Michael, did you say that it wasn't verified yet by staff? That was my question on that.
Thank you for the question. So when we put together the report, we were pretty much finalized, and then the additional information came in. So We do have the 70% as shown on the map. Staff would just need to probably verify that a little bit more. But I think, what's clear is that Mr. Bevis was or that meet them. So it would be a very simple check for us. I wouldn't hold anything, getting a public tonight.
So from what I understand is they supported, he got the names for the petition, but they were supportive of putting in the speed bump measures. Is that what the request was?
Correct. So the petition that was prepared was by Mr. Bevis on his own, and it was the original petition that was submitted to the city. It wasn't a petition that's typically done later on in the traffic calming program process. Typically, that's not required, as mentioned in the presentation, until a bit later in the process. Mr. Bevis took to get that in advance, brought it to, and then we've mapped it out for the council to see tonight in terms of the level of support that he's been able to get towards measures along this section of Briarwood Drive. What's also important to note is that we do have the 100% requirement, which is really, when we get down to it, we'll design traffic calming measures if approved tonight, especially if it's a speed hump. And then we'll go out there and then we'll confirm everything's going to work in terms of distances and clearances from driveways and things like that. And then our intention would be to reach out to the residents specific in terms of the 100 feet, send them a letter, state, we're going to install these, unless you have an issue, and we'd like to talk with you. That's typically our practice, is when we're going to install something adjacent to someone's property, we do like to have a conversation to make sure that there are no surprises.
Okay, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve options number 2 and 3 to get them moving on this, to take care of that community. So when you're ready for a motion, I'd like to make that.
Okay, is there a second so we can continue discussing?
Second.
Okay, so we'll continue discussing that. Vice Mayor Hardy, this is your district.
Yes, it is, and I'm very familiar with this area. I walk here and drive here sometimes. That's why I have a big concern that the residents are not real clear about what a speed bump would do. One of the concerns I remember is talking about the buses. So obviously the school buses haven't been going lately, but I wonder if Michael could fill us in on the reality of having, asking the buses how many were going up and down Briarwood and how many are taking Lawrence Road instead and going out on Lawrence Expressway. That's one question. Have the police found any concerns with
weird behavior?
I'm getting a lot of feedback and I'm worried about that.
Sorry, council member, I could not hear the last part after you had the comment regarding.
I wanted to know about the buses.
Okay.
If we had talked with the school district or how many were actually going down Briarwood. I do know part of the problem is people are being told by GPS to take that road because Lawrence Expressway is so desperately impacted, and it has not been upgraded with the better signaling like San Tomas has, and that is on the county to do that. I am worried about jumping to levels 2 and 3, phase 2 and 3, when we have not done phase 1 yet, it does not sound like, and that we don't have full compliance with those people impacted. A lot of people don't understand that when a car hits a speed bump, you often get a reverberation, and often cars within depends on how bad it is. Cars within that area, their alarms will go off, and I found that more frustrating than cars speeding late at night especially. And I'm not certain the residents are aware of this possibility. Michael, and one last thing.
Michael, Lou, are you there? Oh. Audio issues? Okay. Do you need a break? 5 minutes? 5-minute break. Can we put on something 5-minute break? 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. I'm sorry we're having some technical difficulties, but I hope that everyone can hear us and see us now. We are back. And I think we ended up with Michael Liu was going to be answering some questions from Vice Mayor Hardy. I think that's where we ended up. Michael?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works, Santa Clara. So if I recall, the comments that Councilmember Hardy were regarding buses in terms of the volume and the what type of coordination we did with the school district, as well as concerns regarding the speed humps themselves and whether the residents are aware of what the entails with it being there in the long term. So with regards to the school district, we did coordinate with the school district, and they have told us that they are working with their staff to address any concerns. Obviously, we address testimony residents regarding speed. We don't have any evidence. But they did let us know that they are working with it, and that their drivers do attend regular safety training mandated by the CHP. So we can continue to work with them and also look for alternate routes for buses to travel to their district offices, which basically are in the neighborhood. So I think what's is that the buses are traveling to a facility that is actually just on the opposite side of where some of these residents live. Regarding the potential noise from a speed hump, I think what's also important to note is that a speed hump is very different than a speed bump. So a speed bump is typically what you see in a parking lot. Those are very much more rigid. In a parking lot, you're typically not driving very fast. So the speed humps are really intended to really stop people or slow them down significantly. A speed hump's more gradual, and that those are designed to basically deal with, roadways where people are traveling at higher speeds, and a bus itself can traverse over a speed hump. It is also important to recognize that I do believe most, if not all, of the residents do want the speed humps. It's been pretty evident through the February 11th council meeting, and it came up several times during the community outreach discussion we had with them at the virtual community meeting. Additionally, one last item that I neglected to mention, but it is in our council report, is after the February 11th meeting, we did work with our police department, and we did have set the city's mobile radar speed radar feedback device out there, and then that was out there for a couple weeks in order to really try to address the situation through information as well as enforcement. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had just a little bit more of a question, if that's okay, Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Hardy, go ahead.
So in this police report, did they clock any speeding or racing of any sort? Has anything been sent to the police as far as specific requests or complaints? And would you say that we have fulfilled phase 1 with the neighbors at this point? Thank you.
We have not, thank you for the question. We have not moved to the first phase, because the first phase involves additional signage. What we did do was deploy the city's mobile speed radar feedback sign. So at this point, that sign is no longer out there. That's being used in other parts of the city. If you drive through Santa Clara, you will see that you do often see the stationary radar speed feedback sign on different roads here within the city. Typically, we put those in areas are not likely to meet the Tier 3 requirement, and really it's more informative. It's really you're driving down the road, and if you're not aware of your speed, which is not impossible, then you would see where you're at, and potentially you would slow down to apply the speed limit. In terms of, we did obviously them who they were present at the February meeting, and have conducted as appropriate.
Were you able to hear that, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, that cut out.
It did.
Near
the end.
When I was asking about the police.
So I can try again if that helps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me
Okay,
now?
yes, better. Go.
Okay, thank you.
Better.
So with the department, we coordinate with, they did deploy their feedback sign. They have, you know, I don't have any reports of enforcement per se for the area, but you know, typically what we do is we inform them that, hey, there are concerns regarding speeding. Please enforcement out to the area as you deem necessary. In addition, please deploy the speed radar feedback sign. So that sign was out there for a number of weeks after the February 11th meeting.
So I want to make sure that I'm really clear, not finished phase 1 at all, but the neighbors wanted to jump to phase 3. Is that correct?
Correct. The neighbors are very specific. They believe speed humps are what they want, right? And then, you know, during the June meeting, you know, the June virtual meeting, we made it very clear to them that typically we go through a level 1 traffic calming type of measure first to see how that works, and then if it's not successful, then we move to level 2 or 3. This started as, obviously they were talking to the city, but this started as speed humps being their solution. So they identified a solution before we did the study.
And you did chat with them about what phase 1 and phase 2 solution would be.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
Did you chat with the neighbors about what phase 1 and phase 2 would typically be then?
Correct. Yeah, we did. So the presentation that you've seen tonight is pretty similar to what was presented to the neighbors. You know, we felt it very important to show them the steps we take and kind of where we're at kind of within the process. Normally, an action like this wouldn't be in front of the council until we've gone a little bit further in the process. In this case, it came to council on February 11th, and then we did the study. And so we're here today with, you know, a good amount of information to present to the council tonight. We do have the study completed in terms of the data collection.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Do we have other council members? I can't see who they are, so.
Raj?
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the report, Michael. And I'm hearing a lot of echo. Are you hearing me right?
We can hear you. I don't know if, Michael Liu, can you hear Councilmember Chahal?
I can hear him. Yes, I do hear a little bit of an echo though, but I can hear him.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Bavis, who highlighted the problem for the street, as well as also took a leadership position in resolving this issue. And I also want to thank staff, they did all the work promptly and came back with the report as soon as possible, basically. And I do see that if the residents on the street have been educated as Council Vice Mayor Hardy wanted to, if they have already been educated about the different effects of speed humps, then I would say let's listen to the residents and do the needful so that we can mitigate their issue. And I know Council Member Debbie Davis made a motion for option 2 and 3. I think we have to pick only option, either one of them, basically 2 or 3. And I would be leaning towards option 3 so that we save some time and it gets approved and residents have what they want on their street to be taken care of. So if I can request Councilmember Davis to amend her motion to pick up option number 3, basically. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Simrat. Thank you, Michael, for the report. I remember when the residents from Briarwood came to the council meeting and talked very passionately about how the traffic has impacted the neighborhood and primarily the families. I mean, they showed pictures of cars, their children. I think some of them brought their children. They were very, very concerned about, the quality of life in their neighborhood and the fact that cars were just really causing such damage and using it as a shortcut off of Lawrence. And what really hit me as well was that we were having similar issues out here in the north side, and with the speeding, the racing, the sideshows on Lafayette, and the police department was really great, and the city manager about getting a consultant to come out and do a study, talk to the residents, and get input, before we could make a decision and create an ordinance to protect the residents, not just in the north side, but all over Santa Clara. And I know, listening to those folks that night, how concerned they were, and they went to such lengths to get put a petition together. Mr. Bevis took the time to get a petition, get his residents, to sign off on it. And I want to thank the staff for following up and, getting a Zoom meeting together with them. I believe the residents spoke that night. It was clear. And the fact that you've had a Zoom meeting with them and they understand speed humps, and that they want this because they've been dealing with this for a long time. And it's time that, we listen to the residents and, take the fact that their quality of life, but also the safety of their neighborhood, and especially the families, the children, and follow up with them and move forward and install or go with the option of the alternative number 2. And I don't know that it specifically says that it has to be 2 or 3. It just says waive the requirements and allow the installation of 2 or 3 traffic calming measures, including speed humps. And and directing staff to work with the community to obtain the necessary written petition approvals from the residents to comply with the NTCP. So I'm fully supportive of that motion, and I know I seconded it, but I think the residents spoke, and they haven't spoke. They've spoken more than one time, and we need to address their concerns and take care of them and protect their neighborhoods. So thank you for all the work. Thank you for the outreach. And I hope that we will also hear from some of the residents tonight. If there's an opportunity for public comment, I'd like to hear from them too. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So I'll save some comments towards the end after I hear from the residents, but I know the audio has been a little shaky tonight, but so Mr. Liu, one of the things that caught my attention was that you mentioned that, there's kind of, you alluded to other requests. So do we have a number of other similar requests to this one from the folks that live on Briarwood Drive pending or that Public Works is looking at?
So thank you for the question. Yes, we do have other requests that come from regarding traffic calming. We have requests for Los Padres area. We just got a request the other day for speed humps on a specific street. I think that we haven't gotten as many recently because of the shelter-in-place orders, but it is a program it's fairly active.
Okay. So another point with that would be, you do, you put your, your 85th percentile speed, and the ones that are here, you mentioned, I think 33 miles per hour, and these are, very close. So is that considered hard and fast? Or do you use some judgment when you're applying that? Because I mean, since it, because I'm worried, I guess I'm a little worried about where we may go, with future requests. If, and a good number of the residents on this street have indicated that they approve. I know in the past when I had, with our prior fire chief, I had talked to him about traffic calming, and he was, told me he was very much opposed to it because of, what happens when the fire vehicles go through the neighborhood. So I was just kind of trying to get a sense from you. Do most of the requests meet those thresholds? And, like you said, so, and do we have a lot, it sounds like there's maybe a couple of requests in the queue, but so is this request kind of very different than the other ones, or the data that you've collected? Does it show some, meaningful difference? And have you talked to the fire department about it?
So if I could answer this in parts. So the data we collect and the studies we've done, obviously it varies throughout the city, right? So for instance, there are sections of street where, it's 4 lanes and people are asking for traffic calming, right? And so we do initials, we tell them that that's actually eligible for it. We'd like to do a study to determine if there are other, whether it be enforcement, signage, things like that. So we do have a number of where the residents are familiar with the program. Actually, if I could ask, I hear my own feedback. Do you guys all hear that as well, or is it?
Yeah, you were kind of echoey.
Yeah. So I'll
Do you have headphones on, Michael Lou? Do you have headphones on?
let me try those. Actually, I can come to the council chambers if that helps, since.
Oh, had I known you were here, yeah, I would have asked a while back. Thank you. There's less than 10 of us in here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just want to announce for the participants and the attendees, this is a Zoom issue that staff is trying to troubleshoot.
Is this Zoom room? Zoom room? This is new, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not related to the headsets. It does help if everyone is on mute while not speaking, but it is a Zoom issue that they're trying to troubleshoot.
Just to let people know, there's nothing wrong with our audio. We're just waiting for one of our staff members to come in. Oh, here you are. Welcome. Nice to see you in person. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Pleasure to be here in person. And I wanted to address some comments from Councilmember O'Neill. And so the questions, if I recall, were regarding the metrics by which staff analyzes traffic calming data or speed data. So the policy is very specific. It does say that in order to be eligible for level 2 or 3 devices along certain streets in Santa Clara, that the 85th percentile speed must exceed 33 miles per hour. So staff uses that number, and we use that criteria, and we don't feel, we believe we have to comply with that at this point. So if requests have come in the past that don't meet that number, then we have not installed the level 2 or 3 that neighbors have requested. And that is why we're in front of council tonight with information regarding the speed and the options that have been presented for waiver of that requirement. But in terms of fire vehicles, they can travel over speed humps. There are other types of devices out there, such as a speed lump. So there's a speed bump, which is basically in a parking lot, a speed hump, which is wider in terms of, when you're traveling over it. So it's a little more gradual of a slowdown. And then a speed lump is basically where, there's space on the road. Basically, the speed hump's broken up into sections. And what that does is it's designed so that a vehicle with a wider wheelbase can drive pretty much straight through as long as they travel down that road and kind of hit those kind of openings within the speed lumps themselves. So those should be part of what we do in terms of staff to address concerns. But we're basically following the program as defined and approved by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, follow-up question?
Not right now. I think I'll just wait and hear what some of the residents have to say.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other council members, so.
We have Councilmember Davis.
Oh, I don't see her on here. All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael,
Yes.
could you please, is there a difference between alternative 2 and 3?
Correct.
I thought there was. That's why I offered up both.
Yeah, so if I could clarify for the council, I think it's very important. Alternative 2 basically waives the 85th percentile speed, because that's one of the requirements that are not met based on the data. And it basically directs staff to work with the community to get written petition approvals that comply with the program. So at that point, staff is working with the community to get the 70% and the 100%. Option 3 is a little more aggressive in the sense that it does waive the 33 percentile speed requirement, and it also waives the 70% and the 100% in terms of meeting those numbers exactly. As staff, what we would want to do is still reach out to the residents that are in front and try to get that, because as just through experience and even some of the comments coming from Councilmember Hardy, a resident may not really be aware of what a speed hump entails in terms of the size, how it's going to affect, what it looks like in front of their property, and we would want to walk them through that. So, like for instance, if we were going to put a speed hump in front of someone's property, we would explain this is the ideal location for it. We'd probably mark it out on the street so they could see it and just look at it, and then make sure they're aware. We could point them to other speed humps in other cities. They can go look at those just to see what it's like, because once it's installed, and we want to make sure that people don't have a buyer's remorse. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for clarification. My motion remains the same when we're ready. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we're going to go to members of the public. The first I have is Sherry Bevis. Call in, Sherry. Are you there, Sherry?
Hi, it's actually Todd Bevis on Sherry's computer.
Okay. Sherry slash Todd.
Exactly.
Welcome, Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're at 1961. What I'd like to do is allow the other residents to speak and just follow up at the end. But the one point to make before anyone else speaks, we need to deal with speaking issues. So I'll wait till the end if you could come back to me. Thank you.
Todd, can I ask you to repeat what you said, because you blanked out a little bit when you were talking. So do you mind repeating your sentence?
Yes,
Okay.
I'd be happy to make comments, but I'd like the other residents to speak first. If you can come back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. All right, I have Adam Thompson and Jonathan Evans, and I don't know if this is for the next item or this item. Is it this item? Adam Thompson?
Mayor Gilmore, Council. I actually used to live at 810 Briarwood Drive back about 10, 12 years ago, and a good friend of mine still lives there today, and he asked me to speak on behalf since I was able to join the meeting today and he was not. He is in support of any traffic calming measures on Briarwood. I personally, during my time, can contest that it's not only a speed issue, it's also there's a slight curve to the street almost right at his address at 810 Briarwood. And it makes it very difficult for the cars to be able to see around that curve, and it makes it very dangerous for anyone pedestrian walking across, children being out there. So he is in support. His name's Matt Hancock at 810 West Briarwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. All right, next we have Jonathan Evans. Is it for this item, Jonathan?
Yes, it is for this item.
Okay.
I want to know if we've considered striping to a 10-foot street width for lanes. Generally, 10 feet or less is considered safer for pedestrians. And if as a potential slow flow street, that might be ideal to shrink, because if this is like a 40-foot lane, you have two 8-foot parking lanes and a 12-foot driving lanes, and those are the same size as a highway. So people often drive highway speeds when they see larger lanes. So instead of installing speed humps, there might be additional calming you can do by narrowing the lanes by either striping a smaller driving lane or adding a bike lane, even if nobody's going to bike on it. I don't know if we consider that might be less expensive and less damage to trucks and such. Thank you.
Michael, I'm going to go ahead and get all the comments, and then if you want to write that one down, we can respond to that one after. Next, we have Ibrahim Avki. Ibrahim? Are you on? Ibrahim? Okay, then let's.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, welcome.
Sorry about this.
No, that's okay. Welcome.
I'm muted. I was muted.
Okay.
Well, I would like to say thank you for all the work. Actually, we learned a lot about the process I didn't know. Important thing is that we ourselves, our families, our kids, we want a safe street. That's the whole point. And at this point, like speed hump seems to be the perfect solution, but whatever works, basically, that's what we want. And I would like to point out two things. If you look at the data collected during this period, I noticed that one thing was that at least one car traveled almost at 80 miles an hour on the street. This is a 25-mile speed zone street, and somebody traveled at 80 miles. That's number one. And number two is that 2 weeks after our last meeting, when we had this meeting in person at the city hall, a car basically crashed into a tree, and I think the car was totaled. The driver was taken away by ambulance, and later cops stayed there quite a long time before clearing the wreckage. So excessive speed is the main issue, and we would like you guys to address that so that we can all have a safe street. That's it.
Thank you very much. Knocked myself out of this, sorry. Do we have next? Go ahead. I can't see.
Harbir Bhatia.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Hi, staff. I had to make some comments that were, I think somebody else just made them, that, the narrowing the streets also can help in case the local residents prefer that. I just wanted to add that to the list of options. Narrowing the streets, striping the middle of the road, and then even adding some bulb outs, which can have trees and things of that nature in it to kind of also beautify the landscape, are ways that can help reduce the speeds, because it is the width that actually causes, is part of the reason that can cause some, excessive speed limits as well.
Thank you. Jocelyn?
Hear me? Hello?
Yes, welcome, Jocelyn.
Oh, hi. So I'm the resident on 1980 Briarwood. So one of the things I do want to mention is, so from the Briarwood from Cabrero to St. Lawrence is a stretch, I would say maybe a quarter mile straight. So I think a lot of cars, when they make the turn, they just kind of gun it. Stop at the stop sign in St. Lawrence, they just kind of go straight. So I think yes, we definitely have a speed issue, and also a lot of people, as you said, it's because it's parallel to St. Lawrence, so they're taking it as a shortcut. So I definitely vote to either get some speed bump or something to slow them down, or at least they need to take a stop in the middle. And we also have a lot of young kids on the block, and a lot of like newcomer to, very young. Even myself, I have a 16 months old, and sometimes, one day if I don't look at him, he's just gonna cross the street and he's just gonna hit by a car. That's my biggest fear. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you. It looks like Todd, is anyone besides Todd on here? Okay, looks like Todd, you're it for now. So you can bring it home now, Todd. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give my wife Sherry a chance to speak, and then I'll speak.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Sherry.
Hi.
Welcome.
Sherry here. Thank you. I wanted to first thank Mike and his team. I know they've done a lot of work and put a lot of time into this, and they've done a very nice job. So I don't want that to go without saying. Yes, speeding is the issue. Something I believe that Karen Hardy mentioned that speed humps can set off car alarms, but the speeding coming down our street is also setting off car alarms at this point. The speeding, now that we have shelter in place, of course, the schools are not in session. So the number of cars on our street has been reduced, but it seems like the speeding has not stopped. We are still having amazing amounts of speeders down our street, and they're all going more than 32.4 miles an hour. If narrowing is the decision using chicanes as opposed to speed humps, if that's the decision, fine, as long as it works. What I don't want to see is that we just put up signs and walk away and it doesn't work. And then we, again, have to go around and collect signatures and get this major effort. We finally have momentum in the neighborhood. We've had a lot of people thanking us for the work that we've done to get this organized. I would really like to see that come to fruition at this point. I would also like to emphasize Jocelyn's point of being proactive versus reactive. I don't want to wait for a child to get killed, or an adult for that matter, to get killed crossing the street by a speeding car, when we could take action now and stop that. And I would really prefer not to have striping down the street. And I do agree that that can make things worse. I do also want to raise the question for Mike, if there is no one currently living in a house and they do want to put a speed hump there, if that becomes the decision, what do you do if there's no one currently occupying that house and you need them for your 100%? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's part of one of the recommendations is to waive that 100%. That's one of the recommendations that's in the motion on the table right now. But before we go to Todd, I have Allison Vu. If you'd like to go ahead, Allison, and then I'll come back to you, Todd, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Allison Vu?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
So, even it's noted that even though that from the data that the speed limit is 32.6 in the city study, that it's more safer for the kids in the neighborhood. Can you consider maybe using the positive margin of error in the study? And also including that I have a lot of family members coming over to visit, and a lot of us actually play on the street. We either play football or we skateboard around the street, and we always have this panic every time we see a car, because we all know that around this neighborhood that cars speed a lot. So every time we see a car, we have to always run across the street to the sidewalk to make sure we don't get hit. So if you could, maybe we can also add anything to help slow down the speeding. That's pretty much all I have.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you for zooming in and for your good comments. Okay, Todd, back to you now. Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, my thanks again to all the staff, particularly Mike Liu in Public Works and the traffic engineers, Imrat and City Clerk's office. The main thing I want to point out is that during this traffic study, speeding was the main issue. There were 8 incidents of speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour, all except for one of those happened between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. 3 of those were in excess of 70 miles per hour, as I believe one was mentioned at around 80 miles per hour. In the traffic study, it looked to be about 20 to 30% of speeds are in the 30 to 45 mile per hour range, which is well over the 25 mile per hour speed limit. And with all of the accidents, the reckless driving that's gone on, unfortunately, that's not highlighted in the report, but it needs to be taken into consideration. So reality is it's unsafe. The speeding hasn't gone down. It wakes us up. In fact, last week we were talking with the neighbors across the street, and a car zoomed down the street, who knows how fast, at about 6 p.m. in the evening, just disregarding that there were people on the street. So I ask you, if this was your street, council members, what would you do? Do you find these stats to be acceptable? And if this happened with your children around, would you put up with it? So we're asking that you take action now to go to a level 3 measure of protection on this street, and that you keep our neighborhood safe. We have a neighborhood block party each year, and we hope to have one sometime perhaps next summer. Give us a reason to celebrate, make our street safe. We desperately need it. We need your help. Please help us.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. Let's go back to, I don't see any other comments from the public, so we're going to go back to Councilmember Davis. Your light's on.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Bevis, I apologize for calling you Mr. Beavis. I'm notorious for massacring people's names if I don't know how to read them right. And I want to applaud you for everything you've done in your community and getting the petition and getting the signatures. You did a lot of due diligence working with our staff. And that's why I want to make the motion for alternatives 2 and 3, so that we can waive some of these fees and get you to the level that you need to be to make these streets safe for you. And I'm glad that you had a lot of people call in to support what was happening, and also the fact that you called staff. We appreciate that. We know that they work very hard, and in the COVID times, they're working even harder. So my motion stands to support alternative 2 and 3. And I know that I did have a second on that. So let's move it through and take care of these people.
I'm going to ask Councilmember Davis that based on your comments and wanting to move forward, I think the staff is going to look for one alternative as opposed to 2 and 3. And it looks like alternative 3 is the most aggressive alternative. And maybe I can get a comment from staff on that because it sounds like the public is really looking for some real action and it gives the most flexibility. So I just want to make sure that, because I think they may be looking for one, not both, but one, and I think 3 is more aggressive. Mr. Liu? Somebody turn his mic on, please.
Again, Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So staff prefers one option. Option 3 is by far the most aggressive. And if I can read it for those on the call and the council as well, it's to waive the requirements of the neighborhood traffic calming program to allow the installation of speed humps along Briarwood Drive due to the 85th percentile speed being close to exceeding 33 miles an hour, and then direct staff to finalize speed hump locations and waive both the 70% and 100% approval requirements for written petition approvals from the residents. So this option or this alternative provides staff with direction to install speed humps and then work to finalize the locations and then do our best to get concurrence from the residents, but not be needing to meet the 70% and the 100% approval requirements. Thank you.
Councilmember
Okay,
Davis?
if that's the one that you want and that's the most aggressive one, then I will change my motion to alternative 3 to get them moving.
What about the second? Who made the second?
I did, Council Watanabe. Yes, I support number 3. Definitely, I mean, listening to the residents, I mean, they are stating loud and clear that they want action taken and they want to be able to enjoy safety in their neighborhood. So if this is the most aggressive and this can put the safety in their neighborhood, then I definitely support alternative number 3. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, council member.
All right, so we have motion second. I'm going to go now to Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, thank you. I wanted some clarification from Michael. So with this phase 3, because what I'm really hearing from the neighbors is the speeding in the late hours or early hours of the morning, late hours of the night, is, in your professional opinion, is that the best way to handle that? Thank you.
So I think what's important is to recognize that the program has the 3 levels, right? And they're designed because a speed bump is typically the most aggressive and the least popular amongst some folks, right? If I were a resident on a street and they installed chokers, which are basically little islands that kind of reduce the distance, that'd be less intrusive than having to drive over a speed hump every day. Speed humps are popular amongst residents because they feel, what I've seen and heard from them is that they feel like those are done in other cities a lot, and then they also seem to do something in terms of slowing down traffic. I mean, it goes with the basics of, if you're driving and you see a speed hump, if you care for your own drivability in your car, that you will slow down. So that is probably the most aggressive and the most ideal for reducing speed. But once again, we do have a program that walks residents and staff through a procedure, so that way, not everything's addressed with a speed hump if something else can address it, such as a choker or some additional signage. And that's why the program's designed that way, so that we have a kind of a measured approach towards addressing situations that do vary in terms of the data collected and what we're seeing out there. Thank you.
My point is, because there is a stop sign halfway.
Oh, sorry.
Vice Mayor Hardy, are you there? Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yeah.
Okay. You stopped with, there's a stop sign, and then we didn't hear anything after that, or was that the end of your sentence? I'm
No,
not,
there is a stop sign, and when I'm listening to the residents, the concern is the speed. And obviously, if there's a stop sign, people are ignoring it. And so I want to make certain that these speed humps would be what would truly stop someone and not cause more accidents. They've talked about cars slamming into parked cars. Is that going to be a concern with a speed hump?
No, speed humps can be installed safely. I think, the one thing that, is unknown is, how people decide to drive, right? There are accidents where it is completely driver error. Somebody does not want to drive safely. And, unfortunately, we as staff can only do as much as we can in terms of, what's out there in terms of technology, in terms of doing our best to prevent it. But, if somebody's on their phone, not paying attention, they drive into a car that's parked, but everybody else drives the speed limit and is fine. That can't be addressed through a measure that the city can implement. Really that's based on enforcement and driver education. But speed humps can be installed safely in terms of trying to make sure that they address the concern that is being brought up in terms of speed, but also making sure that the residents understand what living adjacent to speed hump means. Thank you.
anything else, Vice Mayor Hardy? Vice Mayor Hardy?
I'm sorry, I said no, I was fine
Oh.
when I lowered.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill and then Watanabe after that.
Thank you. So Michael, on the slide number 10, will the speed humps go where the stars are? Is that where because that's where you did your data collection? Would that be where you would place the humps?
Actually, staff had kind of looked at this. We did share some of this with the residents, and we actually have a backup slide that we could turn to that would help kind of show where staff's preliminarily estimated where we would, if approved by the council, where we would install speed humps. You could pull that up. They're part of the backup slides. And that they're all the way at the end. Thank you. Keep going after this. There should be two maps. Here we go. So with this first slide, you see proposed locations 1 at the top. This is the section of Briarwood between Cabrillo and St. Lawrence. And really here, we're looking potentially for 2 speed humps and kind of situated there. Roughly almost 200 feet from the intersection of Cabrillo as well as St. Lawrence, and then also 380 feet apart. And then we do try to line them up so that they're at property lines versus being, because you do have to deal with driveways and all sorts of things when you're actually trying to install something in the street itself. If we can go to the next slide. This is a second backup slide. This is proposed locations. Proposed locations 2. This is the section of Briarwood between St. Lawrence and Warburton, and here we're looking potentially installing 3. So you would have 1 in similar distances. The guidelines do have some information for staff to look at in terms of designing these, but this is what we preliminarily drafted out in terms of trying to show the residents this is what we could potentially be looking at. I think everybody's has a desire for something, so we took it upon ourselves to create this, knowing full well that at some point we would probably have the discussion either at council or in front of the community, and this is kind of giving everybody an indication. If we are to install it, it's likely to be 5. Thank you.
Okay, 5. And then something you just said triggered a thought. Because you mentioned parking, because I know where I've encountered these speed humps, well, one of the places is at the San Jose airport, and another is when I used to work in Palo Alto, and like in College Terrace and some of the places there, they've got a lot of these. Do they extend all the way over to the sidewalk? Because I'm thinking, is this gonna I know street parking is or can be an issue in street cleaning, or does it like stop like you say 8 feet away from the curb to allow like for street cleaning and
Correct.
the on-street parking?
Yeah, so these don't typically extend from curb to curb. They're within the driving area, so you would be able to park adjacent to one.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
That was from before. I've lowered my hand, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see the hands. I only see the names. Maybe I got to get the computer up here and look at the hands as well. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I appreciate everything. So we have a motion and a second for option number 3, which is to waive the requirements of the NTCP, allow the installation of speed humps along Briarwood due to the 85th percentile speed being close to exceeding 33 miles per hour, direct staff to finalize speed hump locations and waive both the 70% and the 100% approval requirements for written petition approvals from the residents. All I've learned tonight, the difference between a hump, a bump, and a lump, because I didn't know all of those things. So thank you very much. I didn't know what the lumps had a name for it. So, but I grew up in that neighborhood, and Briarwood Drive used to be a very, quiet residential street. And I think because as the traffic has gotten so bad, pre-COVID, it will probably again, I'm assuming someday, that is a cut through and a speedy cut through. And there you have speed, you have that dangerous curve, that twist, and then it's just the sheer number of cars that are going up and down that street is a recipe for disaster in that area. So I like that we're taking this aggressive route. And I know that even though we're going to go, hopefully, I hope it passes, that we'll go with this option, you're still going to outreach to all of the residents there to try to get the 100% and the 70% buy-in, because it's important. But what it'll do too is it's going to deter the speeding, but it also will maybe stop people from using that as a cut through to get to Lawrence Expressway and El Camino Real. I mean, it's become just outrageous. So thank you, Todd, for organizing this and getting the community on board and bringing this to the city and bringing this to our attention. I know it's not the only area in town. There's a lot of other areas that we're going to have to deal with, but I think we'll look to this area as a model to see how this works and hopefully reduce, accidents and speeding and accidents and danger to the pedestrians and the families and children that live in that area. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and we'd like to come to your block party if we're ever allowed to come and we'll social distance. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to our next item. And our next item is a public hearing, action on an amendment to development agreement for Gateway Crossings Project at 1205 Coleman Avenue, Santa Clara. And so this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Staff.
Andrew is going to be presenting this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development. The item before you is a request for an amendment to a development agreement. And I have a presentation for this. First, to provide some context, the site is located at 1205 Coleman Avenue, on the southwest corner of Coleman Avenue and Brokaw Road. You see it there on the aerial photo. It's a 21.4 acre site, and it was previously developed for industrial use. In July of 2019, a year ago, the city council approved land use entitlements for the site that would allow development of 1,565 residential units, 45,000 square feet of supporting retail, and a 225 room hotel. Next slide, please. The entitlements included 5 different actions taken by the city council. The city council certified environmental impact report to address the environmental impacts of the project as required under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, approved the general plan amendment, approved a rezoning, and approved a vesting tentative subdivision map, as well as approving a development agreement between the city and the developer. Next slide, please. The development agreement is a legal document that basically records terms that are negotiated between the city and the applicant. There was a development agreement in this case because the applicant requested one. It's a voluntary agreement. Both parties agreed to the terms that are recorded in that development agreement. Generally, it provides some benefits to both parties. For example, in this case, the development agreement granted a 10-year term to the land use entitlement actions. It gives more assurances to the developer that they can develop the project. It sets some fees. And as part of the negotiation, the city requested and the developer agreed to include a term that requires construction of the hotel that was part of the entitlements in the first phase. The project is divided generally into 2 phases. There are 4 residential buildings that you can see here on the illustration. Buildings 1 sort of at the top, building 2 a little bit below it and to the right, building 3 and 4 at the bottom of the picture. So building as approved in the development agreement, the hotel construction would have to begin prior to construction of building 2. Building 1 could start ahead of that, but then building 2, still part of the first phase, could not start until the hotel was under construction. The city's objective in doing this was to retain sort of an economic development and fiscal benefit to the city that would come from the development of the hotel. Through the general plan amendment process, the city had allowed a significant portion of the site to be converted from commercial to residential use. And so it was along that line that the city wanted to retain the benefits of the commercial development in the hotel and make sure it was included in the project. Next slide, please. So the applicant has, in the amendment, requested to change the phasing requirement so that they could build building 1 and building 2 as well prior to construction of the hotel. So basically the first phase of the project, but it would still be a requirement under their request to start the construction of the hotel before building 3 for the second phase of the project. And the rationale provided by the developer is that as a result of the current COVID-19 pandemic, the hotel industry has really suffered, and that they were unable to find a hotel developer that was interested in moving forward with the hotel at this time. They did have interest in the residential project portion of the project, and particularly in from a residential developer that was interested in building both buildings 1 and 2 concurrently. There are a number of advantages that the developer has noted from that, including the ability to bring sort of the park and a building that would, a lease area that would be provided for the Police Activities League, PAL, along all in the first set phase of development at the same time. Next slide, please. The city, just to summarize the community engagement that has taken place for this project, the developer hosted a community meeting on May 28th. That was an online virtual meeting format. 13 individuals from the public participated. I'm sorry, not 14, excuse me. 44 members of the public participated in the meeting. There was one who spoke very strongly in support of the project. And there were some that expressed opposition to the changes that were being requested. Some indicated that if the city were to grant the developer their request, they should also request additional benefit to the city, perhaps in the form of greater affordable housing requirement for the project. The Planning Commission conducted a hearing on June 10th. 13 individuals from the public participated in the Planning Commission meeting. Of these, 11 speakers expressed their support of the development agreement amendment and for advancing the construction of the residential units in the PAL facility in phase 1 without additional requirements as a condition of approval. One member of the public commented on the significance of the hotel to the project in the community and expressed a desire to see the hotel built before building 2 as approved if necessary. Another individual expressed interest in switching the location of the PAL tenant space to building 1 so that building 1 could go forward and include the PAL space as well. The Planning Commission discussed the project with a focus on the potential for added community benefit that could be required as a condition of granting the requested DA. Some commissioners expressed support for potential modification of the project to increase residential density on the site by adding more units to phase 2. Ultimately, the commission also discussed increasing the amount of affordable housing within the project up to 15% to align with the city's current requirements. The project, as initially approved, it was a pipeline project and not subject to the 15% requirement that would have 10% of its units as inclusionary per terms in the development agreement. Ultimately, at the conclusion of the meeting, the Planning Commission voted 4-2 to recommend approval of the project as requested by the applicant. Next slide, please. So 3 alternatives that the City Council may consider. One is to go forward with approving the request as it's been submitted by the applicant to amend the development agreement and just make the change to the phasing of the hotel. The second would be to approve an amendment to the development agreement, but to request additional terms be incorporated into that. That would require the developer to agree to those terms. Both parties must agree to the contents of the development agreement, or the third alternative is to not approve or deny the request for the amendment. Next slide, please. So staff, consistent with the Planning Commission recommendation, is recommending that the City Council approve the request to amend the development agreement. In making this recommendation, staff has considered that the project with the change would continue to conform with the general plan, providing housing and other benefits to the community. We recognize that the hotel market has been impacted by the pandemic, and we would note significantly also that with the change, the hotel construction still would remain tied to the overall project. The change from in phasing from allowing 1 building to 2 buildings, about half of the project be built ahead of the hotel, would still require the hotel to be built with the implementation of the overall project. And so with that, staff is recommending that the City Council approve the request for the amendment. And staff is available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. I'm going to start with, before we go to the applicant, the council. Does the council have any questions of the staff right now?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Vice Mayor Hardy, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. If the hotel were built today, starting today, approximately how long would it take before it opened its doors? Supposing they got their funding and everything and they started sometime this year, approximately how long would that take?
Well, first I would note that they would need to complete a building permit process, and I would expect that to take approximately 9 months. And then construction timeline for something like that, between 2 and 3 years. So probably 3 to 4 years before they would be open for business.
Thank you.
That's all assuming they have financing. So, okay, minor detail. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Davis?
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Andrew, is there any applications in the pipeline for the city to build any hotels right now?
We do have two applications in process. One is for a new hotel located actually across the street, across Coleman Avenue from this site. A new application that just came in this spring. And we're in the early part of the process for that. It's a dual branded hotel. We don't have a lot of details on that yet, but it's over 300 rooms, a fairly significant project. And then the other request is the Hilton up in North Santa Clara at Great America Parkway in Tasman is in the process of seeking entitlements for an expansion that would be fairly significant, adding a tower on that site. And I would note with the Hilton that, we've been talking with them about that project for about 10 years. It's a big entity, but they're now moving forward with that application.
So the hotel industry I know is crippled by COVID, but it's not going to last forever. So to Karen Hardy, Vice Mayor Hardy's point, if it takes 3 years to get something out of the ground, then I guess if the funding is the issue, that they lost the funding to the people across the street, or I'm just trying to get my handle on this.
Yeah, I would note that this developer is looking for a partner to build and develop the hotel, and they communicated to us that they did, put out a request for proposals. There was initial interest, but then when the shelter-in-place order kicked into place, they lost that interest. So they've communicated to us that they do not have an interest in developing the hotel at this time that they could be working with, and they wouldn't just, the hotel is not usually built on spec, right? You usually have a known operator that's a partner in the project.
But if they're not going to now, and the request is to change the phasing in 3 years, when would be the time that they would put the hotel back on this property in the phasing process? I need to know what the year would be, or how does that work? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there is I know that there's a 10-year term, but there's also a 5-year trigger involved in that. So presumably they would need to start construction entitlements and construction of the hotel sometime in the next 5 years to maintain their overall entitlements site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. I just have a quick question. The only reason, I just want to confirm this thing, the only reason we had a hotel construction after building one was to take care of the economical benefit and financially benefit to the city with the TOT revenue, right?
So the city was interested in seeing that the hotel was built at early in the development of the project site. It's benefit from DOT as well as economic benefit.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure that was the primary reason for the scheduling of hotel after building one. Thank you.
Do we have any other council members? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move to the applicant. So I'm not sure who is representing the applicant today.
Mayor, this is Josh Ripper. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi Josh. Yes, okay, go ahead Josh, it's your turn.
Thank you. Do we have 10 minutes or 5 minutes, just to be clear?
We have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. And can we show our presentation on the screen, please?
Yes, it's up now. Gateway Crossings. It's black with green writing.
Thank you. And And just one quick comms check since Deke and I are out of the room. Deke, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Deke,
can
can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yep, I'm
Thank you.
listening.
All right, slide please. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for allowing us to present to you today. And I'd also like to say a special thank you to staff for recommending approval of this, of our proposed amendment. For those that don't know me, my name is Josh Rupert again, and I am the project developer for Gateway Crossings. Here with me today is Deke Hunter and Ed Storm, our principals on this project. What you see on the screen now are the two items that I intend on discussing today. However, I wanted to start off the presentation by asking two simple questions. What is the best outcome for Santa Clara today? Not for a few select individuals, but for the many. Also, why has this proposed amendment caused consternation? Is it something that is fundamentally wrong with our project? Or is it because there are a few members of the community who desperately wanted this project to fail from the beginning? A my way or the highway approach to development in Santa Clara. What I'm going to talk to you about today is the logical and pragmatic approach to this problem we find ourselves in, and to suggest otherwise is incorrect. Slide. The important thing to note on this slide is the first bullet. As of June 24th, there was a 60% vacancy rate at hotels on the national level. Please keep in mind that anyone who just listened to the city manager's presentation earlier in this meeting, or has followed the local or national news over the last 2 weeks, understands that COVID cases are rising in Florida, Texas, and California. So these vacancy numbers will likely get worse, not better. Slide. The information on this slide is taken from Horizons Magazine, which is a quarterly publication provided by CBRE Hospitality that looks specifically at Silicon Valley. I know that the national narrative is to not trust experts on anything, but I hope that you consider where our information is coming from. This is from the experts, not speculation, but real data. Revenue per available room is the metric that all hoteliers use to understand the health of their projects. And it was down 31% in actual numbers in Silicon Valley through Q1 of 2020, and frankly projected to get worse through the rest of the year. The item that I'd ask you to focus on is the last bullet, and it's important. 2025 is when RevPAR is projected to return to pre-COVID levels. That's projected, not expected. So to answer the questions that came up about when will this be built, even if it was built in 5 years, it may not mean that a hotel industry is back to normal. The fact of the matter is that none of us know when things will turn around, including those that will speak in opposition of our amendment today. Slide. One thing you're going to hear today from our opponents is that it's a fallacy that new development is stalled. Mind you, we will have experts who will be coming up to speak that will confirm this, but it will still be brought up. This is a picture of Sir Francis Drake Hotel in San Francisco that is shuttered. But I really want to talk about a couple of Santa Clara hotel projects so you better understand the market. Andrew talked about one. I want to talk about another. To start off, let's talk about the related Equinox project, which was brought up by our opponents. Despite what you might hear today, that project start date has been delayed. I also want to talk about 1290 Coleman project, which is across the street from us. First, it's important to be clear that having a 300+ room hotel across the street from our project actually makes it more difficult to sell or ground lease our hotel, but I digress. Ultimately, this comparison isn't even apples and oranges. It's more like apples and bananas. They're both fruit, but that's where the similarities end. First off, as Andrew alluded to, their project is only in the PCC phase. So to suggest that because they haven't slowed down their planning package is an indication that they won't delay construction is incorrect. Right now, they're on pace to go to Planning Commission in the fall or winter, which is obviously not guaranteed. Approval at that stage will send them to architecture review, and once that has been approved, they've got to design their project and take it through the building plan check process. All in all, it could take years. They're so far behind us that they're nowhere near the stage to even start financing the construction of their project. And by the time that occurs, we'll likely be at the same point if we get our requested amendment approved today. Slide, please. Those of you that attended or listened to our Planning Commission or public outreach meetings will know that we worked incredibly hard, as Andrew alluded to in his statement, to find a buyer for this hotel, including partnering with CBRE Hospitality. the nation's #1 hotel brokerage firm. And frankly, we had a lot of initial success. Unfortunately, in February, the market for our project dried up completely. I want to point out, though, we are still very bullish on this hotel, and we are absolutely incentivized to get it built, but hopefully not at the expense of accelerating the other benefits of phase 1. Additionally, I want to note that even if this amendment is approved, it doesn't guarantee that we will wait until after building 2 is started construction to start work on the hotel. If things get better and a market reappears, then we will move quickly to get the hotel started. Slide, please. So what exactly are we asking for? We are requesting to move the hotel start date to prior to the issuance of building permits for phase 2 of the overall project. Despite what you may hear, this is not a renegotiation. We're not asking that you remove the hotel requirement from our project scope. We're merely asking to resequence the construction requirement. Slide. And why is this beneficial? Primarily because it allows us to accelerate all of the benefits of phase 1, which I'll outline in more detail in the next slide. But it also allows us to recognize some economies of scale on the construction activities, which is frankly a prudent construction activity. With or without this amendment, we would try to maintain construction efficiencies because it's a good business practice for our stakeholders and for this project. Ultimately, approving our amendment gets construction started much sooner on building 2, as this slide shows, which is a great outcome for everyone, including PAL, our residents, and the city of Santa Clara. Slide, please. As we look at the benefits on this slide, I think it's very important to reiterate that amending our DA is the most pragmatic approach to a global pandemic that no one could have ever expected. We're trying to find solutions to this problem that allow us to unlock all 725 residential units, including the 73 below market rate units, which I might point out, we were grandfathered out of originally. The 2-acre park, the $15 million worth of infrastructure improvements, and approximately $30 million in fees for phase 1. I think it's important, though, to take a look at bullet 2. And it wouldn't be right if I didn't spend a few seconds talking about this insinuation that was emailed to the city and other individuals yesterday regarding our agreement with PAL. For those that don't know, it was said that we are intentionally misleading the PAL organization and that their leadership didn't understand the memorandum agreement that we executed. Essentially, that we hoodwinked them and their members. This is flat out misleading and untrue. It's disturbing that in this day and age, the integrity of our organization is being questioned in such a manner, and I hope the council sees through this attempt. Our agreement, which is anywhere between $10 million conservatively and $20 million in eliminated lease payments over the life of that memorandum, was done because we believe in the PAL organization and what they stand for. In this day and age, an organization like PAL is needed more than ever. And again, I hope everyone sees through this tactic. Slide, please. If this amendment is approved, we're not going to leave this space as a desolate area behind a green construction fence into perpetuity. We intend on making it a temporary landscape condition that can be used by not only residents of our project, but all Santa Clarans. Slide, please. In closing, I want to bring us back to where I started. What is the best for all of Santa Clara, and why has this amendment become such a hot button item? Is it because we somehow misrepresented our position to the community and city leadership as has been suggested? Or is it because others never wanted this project approved in the first place? Amending our development agreement is what's right for our project and the city of Santa Clara. We welcome any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm going to ask if there's any council members that have questions of the applicant at this time. Any, yes, Nora?
Councilmember Chahal.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have any questions, but I do have some comments which I can make. If it is appropriate at this time, I can do that, Mayor.
Are they your closing comments or just comments? I mean,
just a comment.
This is a time for questions and, you know, I guess general comments?
Yeah, general comments, right.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Josh. And development agreements are two-way agreements, like both developer as well as the city wants to make some benefits out of those. Those are mutually benefit agreements. And one of the primary reasons we had the hotel scheduled after building one was to get some TOT revenue for the city. And I agree the pandemic has caused uncertainties in some of the businesses, and that uncertainty has impacted the hotel business, but it has also impacted the community around in Santa Clara. Like our affordable housing, our rent situations have gone bad to worse. So what I think is best thing to do is we understand your position that, okay, this hotel is you don't have a right time to build this hotel, but at the same time you have to look at our side, like our community is suffering a lot and they need more affordability housing and more rent helps. So keeping in view, yeah, you're saying you will bring building one and building two together. And you yourself has mentioned that there are economies of scale, which will help you to cut down save some money on that. So I do appreciate the constant feedback from the residents, and you should not be taking negative of that, like whatever feedback we got from the residents. It is a feedback to improve the project. It is a feedback to improve the overall community of city of Santa Clara. So I take a little bit objection to you that they're coming back to halt your project, or just there are different motives. There is no other motive other than just plain improving the project and improving the things for the community of Santa Clara. And so many of these community leaders have put in so much time into preparing all those spreadsheets and bringing up numbers together. So I do appreciate their efforts for this thing. And other thing is the location of this hotel is like, you have to look at the location. Like there's no hotel close by, and this complex from all the way from 880 to Lafayette basically has a prime location. So I don't think there are a lot of repercussions or a lot of risk in not hotel at this location. But my submission is, if we do pass the amendment today to make the hotel later on, with the economy of scale, you're saving some money. What can you bring on the table with the feedback from the community about increasing the affordable housing component, or in any other way? Like one other component is increasing the number of houses. This location is prime location, which is next to the transit. And I know initially we approved this thing, and at that time also we wanted more than 70 dwelling units per acre, and because of the hotel component. And now that we are postponing that, so we need some feedback from you to help the community. Can you increase the number of total units from, say, 1560 or 1565 to at least 1700, 1800, so that we have more housing? And what component you can bring into more affordability component, increase the percentage of affordability?
Yes, council member. This is Deke Hunter, and I appreciate your comments. So what I'd like to do is we'll go through the public hearing process, and then I'll try to address your concerns and aspirations at the conclusion of the public hearing process.
Okay, sure. I can wait for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Watanabe.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if Mr. Hunter and Josh want to answer this at the end too. But so my questions. I mean, I share some of the concerns that Councilmember Shahal raised. But so a lot of this, has to come down to the financing, and none of us could go out and buy a house if we don't have a mortgage or if we didn't have a rich parent that's willing to give us the money. And I certainly will, and the first to admit that my area of expertise is not in financing. I, sometimes struggle, particularly with like affordable housing and how come it costs so much money to build and all that. But so I did do a little bit of looking on the internet to see like, what can I find on the internet about this? So, about how do you finance somebody? So my understanding is it's a completely different market to get financing to build housing, whether it's multifamily or whether it's single family or townhomes. That's all different types of financing, and then that hotels are a totally different market. I mean, so I kind of wanted confirmation on that, and then I look at the interest rate. It says to me, I'm thinking, is this how scared people are right now to invest if we practically have 0% on interest, and yet there seems to be, like when I listened to the community meeting, and when I heard that there were like 70 proposals and that they all went away, that was very daunting to hear, to have, that dramatic fall off. And I know Vice Mayor Hardy brought up about the period of time to bring a hotel to actually make it come into fruition. So is in light of all of that, like the comment was made that if things change, that you want to see the hotel built. I think we all want to see the hotel built. What would you do to like monitor or be monitoring the conditions for hotel financing? If that's like, if you have to go out in all these different segments that you're in, maybe you can help me understand that. If like if office buildings is a different financing source or market than the housing versus the hotels, what would you do to make sure, like, if all of a sudden, do you have an open RFP if somebody becomes interested, say Hilton or Marriott or whoever's interested in going in and partnering to help build that hotel? How would that work?
Those are, if you like, I'll try to address those two questions as best I can. So the first one, the financing one's a very good question. So in today's capital markets, even though interest rates are at 0, it's very difficult for most product types even to have access to that capital. You are 100% correct that in the capital markets today, multifamily housing still will attract capital, and then they would, to your point, be able to take advantage of low interest rates. As you look at other product types like retail, like hospitality, those capital markets are closed. So it's the ability for a seasoned developer like ourselves with a long track record of successfully borrowing money and paying it back, teamed up with what we call an A flag on this property, has proven to be undoable. And so that's why we came in for the request. I'm the last guy in the world that wants to be going through this process, because there has been a lot of vitriol, and that's been unfortunate for something that should be more positive, to invoke so much negative attention. So the capital markets are closed, and so to Andrew's comments and Josh's added to it too, an application is far different than an actual development process, meaning that you can apply for a project, but if you can't attract capital, nor can you attract an operator, that application doesn't do you any good. I am incredibly incentivized to build the hotel. one, I could avoid this process. Two is think about the successes that we will share in as a community in having truly a transit-oriented development, in having the housing, in what we are doing next door for Verizon and for Roku. So if there was a hotel operator and capital available, I think more than to Councilman Raj's perspective, I think I would be able to attract it, given our, again, our track record, our desire, as well as our location. So right now, the capital markets are closed. So we're trying to keep the the residential project in pre-development, to Andrew's comments, that we could work as hard as we can every day. And we're still probably 9 months from breaking ground on building 1 out there, irrespective of building 2, which would follow right behind it. To your other question about timing, I'm still in the marketplace. I'm still reaching out to, I think we've done, I don't want to misstate it, I think we've done 7 hotels in the last 10 years. I'm reaching out to all those relationships, offering up a variety of different structures, because I want to get the hotel built. So even though we've asked you to move this from before we start building 2 to before we start building building 3 or phase 2, depending on how you want to describe it, my motivation, my incentive has not changed to get this going sooner. I just don't want to forego the other opportunity for something that none of us saw a year ago, which is a pandemic that has ruined the retail market and the hospitality market as we know of it as recently as 6 months ago.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll save other questions until after I hear from the public. So thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation, Josh and Zeke, for addressing the questions and comments. I may have some questions, but some comments as well. I went back just to familiarize myself with what was being asked of the DA amendment request. I went back and watched the Planning Commission meeting not once but twice to make sure I heard everything correctly and just understand, because this is a big request and we want to do the right thing, because a lot of work was put into putting the development together that was approved last July. And so if we're going to be making any changes after all that work, we need to make sure we're doing the right thing. I want to ask one question about if by combining buildings 1 and 2, I've heard discussions about saving building costs that would be to Gateway's advantage. However, in the long run, by allowing the reconfiguration, it allows the project to be able to bring the public benefits, to make them available much sooner. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. So if we build just one building and don't change anything, and I understand, I think it'd be disappointing, but I understand if opening up this conversation is too difficult. But if we build just one building, it doesn't take us to the level of investment that triggers all the other public benefits that Josh laid out. So by suspending this decision, we wouldn't get to that level if we only built building 1. When we build buildings 1 and 2, yes, there are some economies of scale. It's really economies more from a timing than probably in hard dollars, because the market is still very busy for other product types. It does, though, then trigger our obligation to build the parks, which is roughly about $15 million, school fees, additional city fees, which add up to about another $10 million, as well as trigger street improvements, which was a big part of the public participation, which was addressing all the impacts that Costco has had out on Coleman and Brokaw. So it was the widening of Brokaw, It was the adding of an additional street that we call Champions Way along Coleman Avenue, and then improving Brokaw all the way down to the VTA station and Santa Clara train station in anticipation that that station will be improved with BART someday. So that's what getting to phase 2 gets us to that.
Which
that
is
answers your question.
great public benefits. And also in total there would be about is it 725 units of
Correct.
housing built?
So the first 2 buildings total approximately 725 units. And as Andrew pointed out, while we were grandfathered out of the below market rate housing ordinance, as part of the concession package, we ended up with a 10% BMR requirement. So you're right, with the 725 units, we'd have roughly 72 and a half or 73 BMR units we brought on at the same time. Affordable housing units we brought on at the same time.
Exactly. Okay. And which is, I mean, you know, we may not be getting a hotel, but we're getting important housing, which is what everybody is talking about right now. And it's not just the housing, it's on a transit corridor that has a lot of potential impacts, you know, in terms of transportation, reducing transportation, and adding more TDMs, which is what we're trying to do in the Bay Area. So, and when I listened to the Planning Commission meeting, I did hear you say, I think once or twice, that you were still monitoring the market, and I think you had even talked to somebody the day before the Planning Commission meeting. So, I mean, it shows that you are monitoring and that you're not just sitting by the wayside waiting for something to happen. I mean, it sounds like you're being very aggressive and with wanting to see the project move forward. And I appreciate hearing the fact Josh said that if something were to come about before building 2 is finished, that you would look at starting the building of the hotel, which I think is a real positive thing. But I mean, you know, in the end, I mean, Hunter Storm is at the effect of COVID, and you know, we don't have crystal balls. We can't see the future, but we know that, you know, all the hard work that's gone into this, and I don't think you would just let it go off to the side, but and just want to continue to focus on, you know, bringing the project to Santa Clara that was agreed to last July. So those are all really the comments and questions I have right now, but I'll save some for later. So thank you, Mayor.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Are there any other council members that want to say anything? Okay, if not, then this is a public hearing, so I'm going to move to the public hearing, reminding everyone they have 2 minutes to give us their comments. The first is going to be Alex Shore, followed by Elliot Hi Juju. So Alex, are you with us?
I am indeed, Mayor Gilmore.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name for the public is Alex Shore. I'm the Executive Director of Catalyze SV. We are an organization that works on community engagement and project advocacy. And our project work is driven by our members who have not had a chance to review this project. And so we're not going to talk tonight about the specifics of the project, but we do want to raise the questions for the council and potential suggestions and solutions as we're going through this virus and pandemic and all the consequences that result from it. It will have effects certainly for the development community and developers, as well as for the community itself, who is trying to, just as you are, build the best community possible here in our valley. And so as you're having developers come back to you and maybe reopening up developer or other aspects of a development, we would ask and invite you to have two-way conversations about those agreements to say, how can we, if conditions are changing for you, how can we adopt adapt your project to consider the conditions as they affect developers as well as how they affect community members. And can we look at those things? Also bringing up the idea that if more and more of these agreements are opened up, will that mean that more developers will keep coming back to you all as a council and trying to renegotiate conditions of approval going forward? So just a thought, a concern, something to be aware of as you're making your decisions tonight and in the weeks and months ahead on development issues. Thank you so much for the time. Have a great night.
Thank you, Alex. We have Elliot Hyde Juju, followed by Bob O'Keefe. Elliot?
Hi, good evening. This is actually, my screen name is changed by our son. This is actually Kevin Ma with representing Holland Partner Group. We're actually the residential developer that the Hunter Storm has been working with for the phase 1 improvement. So my apologies on the screenshot and the name there. So sorry for that.
Okay.
But want to say good evening to Mayor Gilmore and the council, and thank you for your leadership on this project. I know the Hunter Storm team has been working on this for many, many years, and we're very excited to be partnering with them on the phase 1, buildings 1 and 2. In terms of a brief overview of Holland Partner Group, we are one of the largest and most active private multifamily developers on the West Coast. We actually have a local office here in Oakland. But we have 7 projects in the Bay Area. We have 5 in Oakland, 1 in San Francisco, and 1 other current one in the Tasman East neighborhood that we are planning to start construction on next summer, roughly a 600-unit project that we've been working on for the better part of 5 years. We manage and self-perform all of our own construction, so we're our own general contractor. So we have that ability to provide the full suite of services. But what we would just like to add tonight is that we strongly support the DA amendment. And if it is approved, we are prepared to move fully into construction drawings later this summer, and with the hopes of breaking ground in the summer of 2021. And as Deacon Josh and staff has alluded to earlier, really the benefit of building buildings 1 and 2 concurrently, or having a sequential construction, is really about sequencing and momentum for the job site. So first and foremost, it brings all of the housing units, including 73 BMR units, to the community and to the Santa Clara residents much sooner by allowing building 2 to be sequenced with building 1. But more importantly, it also allows the infrastructure that we talked about, the roads, the utilities, the traffic signals, and the public park, all of that can be built at one time, and which will cut down on the amount of construction noise, the amount of construction traffic, and the overall duration that comes with building all of that infrastructure at once versus kind of waiting for a potential phasing. And
Thank you. Thank you. If you'd just like to give a sentence to wrap up, because we have a 2-minute limit.
Yeah.
And I want to respect that. We have a lot of speakers tonight.
Yeah, so we just would like to strongly support the amendment, and we look forward to partnering with the city and Hunter Storm to bring this first phase to a reality, even during a global pandemic and recession.
Thank you very much. And maybe if you want to stay handy in case there's any questions from the council at the end regarding the residential development, so you maybe can stay put. Okay,
Sure,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Bob O'Keefe, followed by Anthony Becker. Bob?
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Bob O'Keefe here. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Bob O'Keefe, lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I live in the Old Quad. I've been in front of the council numerous times over quite a few years lately, always representing the residents' point of view. So I felt that I had to speak for a few things tonight. I'm also a board member on the Old Quad Residents Association, but tonight my comments are solely my own. I truly believe that the city needs to hold every developer accountable to every development agreement that has been negotiated, for the simple reason of just much time, effort, and money is put in by the city, by the developer, and by the citizen. But in this instance, I have to look differently at this request, and it is a request. Um, I don't think it's the perfect time to build a hotel. I think everyone agrees with that. Certain situations might state that this developer's request is appropriate. I look at it. I've seen Hunter Storm, their past projects, and they seem to be a good developer of the city, something the city wants. The city really needs this project. Please allow the project to go forward. If the hotel has to be in the second phase, do it. But we need the project, and I think it'll be the best thing for the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next, we have Anthony Becker, and he's in the council chamber. So, Mr. Becker, if you'd like to come forward.
The consumers will strike back with a vengeance, and I can see many of our residents getting antsy. Hotel will take years to build, so it could be the perfect timing. The hotel is revenue, and if we were talking TOT tax on the ballot this fall, this would be a prime candidate to reap the benefits of that ballot measure. The hotel is near a sports stadium and the Santa Clara side of the San Jose airport. During our first meeting of the Planning Commission over a year ago, the developer tried to delay the hotel to the next phase. They did not succeed, but myself and the rest of the commission approved the project despite my concerns on traffic. Now today they want to change the deal. It passed Planning Commission. I was voting in the minority against the amendment. The fact is I wanted more for that change. If they were going to profit some, I want Santa Clara to profit somehow as well. And that was increasing the affordable housing to 15%. It's a give or take relationship. I wanted to compromise. In this case, Santa Clara wins. I applaud their victory, but I ask council to consider this. 1, we need the housing. 2, we need the jobs. 3, Powell will get their space earlier. 4, the project will result in $30 million in fees that does not go to our general fund and reduce our deficits. I am not against this project. I want it to succeed, but I want better deals for Santa Clara and my city. Affordable housing should be increased if you agree to the amendment. Remember, you can ask for anything. We can ask for the moon if we want to. After seeing what is being done around Milpitas and Berryessa BART stations, transit-oriented corridors, we can do way better. And I ask you, Mayor and Council, please, let's do a lot better. Let's make a deal on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Suds Jane, followed by Dan Ondrasek.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My comments here are my own and don't reflect the official position of the Planning Commission. I have served on Planning Commission for 5 years now and can't remember a situation when the city initiated an amendment to a development agreement. So my question to Director Crabtree is whether he can recall any situations where the city of San Jose or Santa Clara themselves initiated a DA amendment to get relief or additional benefits from any conditions in a DA. The point of doing a DA is to lock in terms so as there's certainty regardless of whether the economy booms or busts. That's certainty for both the city and the developer. During the Planning Commission meeting, I heard the applicant say 2 things. Constructing building 1 and 2 together provide economies of scale, which to me means great cost savings to Hunter Storm. And then no construction company wants to build only building 1. I personally have high confidence that we will have a COVID therapy, a vaccine, or herd immunity by the time the undelayed hotel is expected to be completed in 3 to 4 years. By comparison, the Spanish flu lasted from February 1918 to April 1920. That's 2 years. It affected 50 million people, about a third of the world's population at the time, in 4 successive ways. So wear your masks. One major condition in the DA that the DA locked in was the exclusion from the 15% requirement on affordable housing. Now that we're opening up the DA, it's only logical that the applicant be required to provide the 15% housing. A recent San Jose Business Journal article talked about how valuable property near Caltrain stations is and how Hunter Storm may be selling 2 Roku buildings for almost record prices. Here we are talking about a station that will have ACE, Caltrain, and BART. Santa Clara should amend the general plan to require much higher density housing in phase 2 of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan Ondrasek, followed by Matthew Hancock. So Dan? You out there, Dan? Do we see Dan?
Yes, he's on the line. He just needs to unmute himself.
Can you unmute yourself, please, Dan?
Can you hear me okay?
I can slightly hear you. Can you talk some more?
I'm on a landline. I'm on a phone here.
Okay, that's better. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, real good. All right, so 1 point, 2 questions. There's been a lot of talk of the post-COVID economy, but very little data, on what's on the other side. This plays Suds just talked about. Our group has begun research on America during and after the 1918 flu. There's a lot of similarities: masks, stay in place, resurgences, retail collapses, even a depression between 20 and 21. But exactly 2 years after 21, one of the greatest mixed-use construction booms took place, where there were thousands of mixed-use buildings and hotels and movie theaters that were constructed across the nation. So I want to point that out. My question has to do with the economies of scale. So in the time of building 1 and building 2 originally, I'm estimating, a year, 2 years, something like that. And with the current labor, costs, and even discounting that down to 5%, I'm coming up with, quite a bit of money, tens of millions of dollars. My question is, why not give a third of that back to the city? And this is aside to what was already conceded. The city's given something, we want to get something back. So that's my first point. And then secondly, to the Powell point, it looks as though they are paying triple net. And, this is, maybe you guys have discussed this, but what exactly will they be paying per year for that location? I'd like that clarified by Josh and Mr. Hunter. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Matthew Hancock, followed by Adam Thompson. Matthew?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome, Matthew.
Hi, I was just wanted to speak on the note. It keeps on getting repeated, and I was in that original meeting, the community outreach, that I believe Josh was the spokesman for Hunter Storm, or and it keeps on getting addressed that this is not a renegotiation. So if it's not a renegotiation, can we come to the table for something that would equally benefit the city if we're opening up the conversation again? There's no reason that it needs to be one-sided. And I would also just like to point out that I take personal offense when he, as a resident, when he talks about my way or the highway as the method of building in Santa Clara. You can see driving up and down El Camino that our main drag that we haven't had our way hardly at all. There's no mixed use in a lot of the developments that have happened. So I don't know what or how much time he has spent in our city, but I would suggest he take a little bit of a drive around. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Adam Thompson, followed by Christian Palekia. Adam, are you there? Adam?
Hi, Mayor Gilmore and Council. I'm here, but we actually have a presentation, and Rob Mayer was going to do the front couple slides. If he can go first, that would be appreciated.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you.
Rob, would you like to go first? You're a few more down the line, but I'll just move you up.
Sure thing, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, can we go to the second slide, please? Can you hear me first off?
Wait, one second. Whose slide is this?
That will be my slide.
Is that residential parking reduction? Is that your slide? Okay.
Yes.
All right,
yes.
go ahead.
Okay.
Can't see
Well,
it,
first
but
I
go
want to
ahead.
talk about this whole situation of the community. The community has been very proactive in getting a better deal for the city, including community benefits. And it's not that we want to stop the hotel from being built. I think we all understand the challenges that COVID are creating for cities, individuals, developers. But what's important to understand is what's the financial gain that the developer will reap by moving the hotel out of phase one. Okay, so what I want to talk about on this one is when we were discussing things with the developer in the beginning, some of the community members came up with an idea that we could reduce the parking because it was over parked compared to other transit station similar developments. And by doing that, they were able to reduce parking by 207 spaces, which equates to about $21 million. That was part of the offer to get the hotel in phase one. So it didn't come easy, and it came through creativity by the community. Okay, so let's go to the second slide, the next slide, please. The other thing to talk about is that it's 3 to 4 years to build the hotel from today when they get started. So if they delay it up to 4 years, that means we may not get the hotel for 8 years. And if we don't, if you look at this, so you take the first 4 years in the chart on the left, you don't get anything from that. But after that, in the 4th year, we could be reaping $5 million in TOT taxes in that 4th or 5th year. And it's $1.4 million a year after that. That's at 75% occupancy, and that's only at a 9.5% TOT. If it goes up, it could go to 7.4 million. So what the ask here, and I think Becker talked about it, is a renegotiation. They're opening up agreement to change the schedule of something that was so important that we actually came up with a $20 million savings for them to get the hotel in phase one. We're getting nothing back right now. Yes, we're getting community benefits with the parks, but that's already in the deal.
Thank you.
The deal is changing. All we're asking for is a spreading out of because of COVID is helping the city out as well.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, so
Thank
Adam
you.
is next.
Thank you. Adam, go ahead.
Next slide, please. So we've heard a lot about the construction efficiencies. I can say as a commercial project manager that has done over $1 billion in projects over a multitude of different sites, that there are huge savings by pulling the efficient, projects, a larger project together and moving forward with it. Even today, Holland, the developer who's going to build the housing development, actually is a general contractor as well. So these numbers are actually most likely low to what they will probably seek and be able to realize in savings. We used 5.5% historical construction inflation, which is a $25 million savings. Slide. What the community is asking for, we're not stopping the project. We want to see it go through. We're really excited about this project, but there is something that COVID has impacted on the community, and that's affordable housing. The city has mandated a requirement of 15% on all new projects, which is really important because they understand that the not having affordable housing, especially for families, doesn't allow them to save for slowdowns. And this is exactly why we have families that have to have eviction control and protection. Slide. And then it was noted, I mean, it's an application in right now, right across the street for the hotel. I mean, I'd like to see the proposals from the developer, the 70 that they got and that were turned down. I mean, it's not that I don't trust them, but I would like to see it. I mean, it would be much better to present the information in front of the community and have an open dialogue. Slide. So to sum it up, The city stands to lose roughly $6 million over 4 years of lost TOT revenue, while the developer's already gotten the $21.4 million that we negotiated early to reduce parking and the $25 million expected for savings. By getting the additional 5% affordable housing at the agreed upon 100% AMI and 80% AMI, it's only a $10 million ask over 30 years. Slide.
Thank
This
you.
will be it. Can I get the last slide? This is a comment that the developer made at the approval of the entitlements. And all we're asking is that the developer stand by this comment and participate in the process with the community, the city, to come up with solutions to get what they need to move forward with the project and solve some of the regional COVID-19 issues with affordable housing. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christian Palakia, followed by Habir Bhatia. Christian?
I'm sorry, I'm just unmuted. Hello, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, and staff. My name is Christian Palekia. I am a board member for Santa Clara PAL, and I am in support of this amendment. I'd also like to mention that I am also in construction management. First, some people are speaking to this virus as if they're experts on pandemics. We cannot compare this virus with other pandemics because the experts of it are still unclear of this particular novel virus. No one knows how long this is going to last. There was mention of herd immunity or a vaccine. With regard to herd immunity, only 1% of the American population has contracted this virus so far. In order to have herd immunity, we need 60 to 80% of our population to have contracted this virus. And we're a long ways away from that. And also, if a vaccine were to immediately spring up today, it would take a long period of time before 7 billion people can receive that vaccine. So there's some ignorant statements based on this pandemic. Secondly, a quick Google search would show that economic experts are saying that the financial ramifications of this virus could last for at least 3 to 5 years, and that's a conservative estimate. So that means people won't be traveling or staying in hotels for that period of time. And finally, we're asking, developers do take risks with a project such as this. This is a $1 billion project, and yes, that is a risk. But they are also taking a risk during this pandemic, and we are asking them to take a third layer of a risk by asking them to build this hotel without financing. I thank you, Council, for your time.
Thank you, Christian. Habir Bhatia, followed by Cheryl Walsh.
Hi there, my name is Habir Bhatia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks so much. First of all, the Hunter, Mr. Hunter and Josh, I understand your situation and I do empathize with you. I am coming from that industry similarly myself in my past life. I was head of community benefit. That was my role. So I always investigated how can we find win-wins. And so what I want to point out today is a few things. Whether you're making profit or not, we understand that you need to stay in business. You're not a nonprofit. However, for the reasons you are requesting change, I think it will be definitely something that impacts both sides of that equation. And that should be something that you would have come to the table with. And I would have expected that because that's how I think as a community benefit director in the past. I would request the following things for you all to consider. Number one, increase the affordable housing to 15%, which is the right thing to do, whether we asked you or not, because this crisis doesn't hit one side of the equal sign, it hits both sides of that equal sign. And I'm sure you empathize with that, as I do myself. Number two, consider affordability by design. And coming from that same world, affordability by design allows you to consider micro units, which you sell at market rate. Being that you're so close to Caltrain, it should be something you consider on your own as an opportunity to bring in the young residents who would want to use the transit system. So consider 400 square foot or less units along with affordable housing, because 15% I honestly don't think is enough. Number three, is that consider furthering TDM measures such as giving 2 years of free passes on Caltrain, because again, that creates much more goodwill and actually increases your chances of getting more residents to come and, come to your complex. And number 3, for the council, I would recommend that you put in a clause or some condition that between the first and second building, that they should be approval or like a position showing that they've gotten funding for the hotel, and that they should start doing that in parallel with the second building. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Walsh, followed by Henry Bowes Jr. Cheryl?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi,
Okay.
Cheryl.
Well,
Welcome.
Hi. Hello. My name is Cheryl Walsh. I am also a board member for Santa Clara PAL. I am speaking in support of the proposed amendment to the development agreement. We all know that the pandemic has affected and devastated many businesses, not only on a local level, but worldwide. The Washington Post reported on May 12th, almost 8 weeks ago, that over 100,000 small businesses at that time were forever closed. MarketWatch.com reported on June 25th that over 41% of the businesses that are reported closed on Yelp are now permanently closed. Major retail chains are closing many of their brick and mortar locations, and even worse, some are closing for good. Only 6 short months ago, no one would have predicted the economic impact we would have been experiencing right now. Speaking of the epidemic, in a publication published on Fortune.com today, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is in fact the top US infectious disease specialist, is quoted to say that any vaccine developed to ward off the virus would likely be finite, meaning it will be limited to how long it should shield against the disease. He predicts that a shot to protect against COVID-19 won't work lifetime, that you may have to have periodic booster shots to remain protected. So as a result, many companies have either prohibited employees from traveling for business or after January or longer. Many, if not all, major conventions and conferences throughout the Bay Area have either been canceled or converted to virtual. The meeting may go on, but unfortunately, hotels that would have been booked to capacity are virtually empty as a result. Most hotel chains are struggling to fill their rooms, let alone looking to develop and expand. None of us has a crystal ball to prevent this coming. Shifting the focus to housing rather than building a shell to stand for the hotel until someone wants to develop it to their requirements makes complete sense in this situation. I didn't hear Mr. Hunter say he was going to stop looking for a partner for funding. He said that they would be willing to start construction before the phase 2 deadline. They'd build a hotel at that time if they had a sponsor, funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Henry Bowes Jr. and then followed by Robert Fitch. Henry?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. My name is Henry Bowes, and I'm a hotel broker with CBRE. I'm familiar with the site and have worked with Hunter Storm. And I can tell you without a doubt that this is an unprecedented.
We lost you, Henry. Henry? Henry? Oh, completely. Can you hold, please? We're going to figure it out. We've lost audio into the room. So we'll be right back with you, Henry. Can you hear me? Okay, I apologize to everyone. We need to take a 5-minute break so we can work out the internal audio here in the council chamber so that we can hear everyone. So I really apologize. Just please bear with us. We'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, are we back in service? We're back in service now. Thank you all so much for bearing with us. Henry, I hope you're still there.
Well, was it something I said?
Yeah. Can't blame it on you, Henry. So I'm sorry if you don't mind starting all over, we'd appreciate it. And again, apologies.
No, appreciate it. Yes, my name is Henry Bowes, and I am a hotel broker with CBRE. I've worked with Deke Hunter and the Hunter Storm team, along with Josh, on this project. And I can tell you that this is truly an unprecedented time for our industry. I mean, this is worse than the 2001 tech bubble. This is worse than the 2008 recession. So it's not a developer coming back to set any sort of precedent. It really is a developer who's really, thinking on his feet and trying to find solutions to get a development done, which we think is important. As Councilmember O'Neill noted, I mean, construction financing for hotels is a completely different animal because these are day leases when you're talking about hotels. And today we have no idea who's going to travel tomorrow, let alone next year. So I think everyone has made a nice kind of acknowledgement that this is a different time. But in terms of the TOT tax, it isn't the developer that's impacting this, it's the market. So the market has really decided that not only Santa Clara is not going to get as much TOT tax, but every city in the state of California is going to have the same issues when it comes to this. We look at pipeline and competing projects, just something of note that probably over 90%, 95% of projects that are ready to go to construction that have not started will be delayed, abandoned, or repurposed. That's our consent kind of outlook going forward here. But those projects that are in the planning cycle will continue to get done because this is a special place, a special project, and this will be sellable. It will be developable when the tide turns. So I'll leave that.
Thank you, Henry, for those comments. Robert Fitch, followed by Brian Goldenberg. Robert? Robert Fitch?
He's on, but he needs to unmute himself.
Can you unmute yourself, Robert, please? Robert Fitch? Can you try unmuting yourself, please? Pardon me? We'll come back to you, Robert. Brian Goldenberg, followed by Connie Costa. Brian, are you there? Brian Goldenberg?
Okay, Mayor and Council?
Yes, Brian, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say, as a lifelong Santa Claran, I'm in support of the amendment because it wisely accelerates many of the community benefits that this project brings. The PAL facility, the public park, additional housing, infrastructure improvements. And there'll also be the developer fees and tax revenue from Tavern on the Green restaurant. PAL's in support of the plan. The hotel's still going to happen, so we don't have to be afraid that it's not going to happen here. And city staff is recommending approval. So I feel it's a smart decision, especially based on the challenges that COVID has brought. Economic factors have changed since last summer, and I urge you to please do this right rather than force the timing of it. And, definitely appreciate your leadership and hope you can please approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Let's try Robert Fitch again. Robert? Okay, he fell off. Try to come back on, Robert, if you can, and we'll put you to the top of the list. Connie Costa, followed by Mike Walkie. Connie?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Connie.
Hey, my name is Connie Costa, and I've lived in the old quad for over 40 years. I support this project because it's a good thing for the city and its residents. We still have a housing crisis, and we need all those residential units. That's it.
Thank you, Connie. Thanks for calling in. Mike Walkie, followed by Christine. Mike? He's unmuted, Mike? Or he needs to be unmuted? There you go.
Hello?
Mike? Yes, hi, Mike. We can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mike Walkie, and I have lived in the old quad for 20 years, and I am the current president for Santa Clara PAL. I support this project's amendment for many reasons. We, Santa Clara, have a housing crisis, and we need the 725 new residential units. Hunter Storm's plan to move the housing forward is logical for Santa Clara in helping to decrease our housing shortfall. Additionally, housing in that area could potentially help influence state and federal agencies in bringing mass transit to Santa Clara finally. All Hunter Storm is asking for is to resequence their construction phases. Hunter Storm's approach is sound and accelerates the Santa Clara PAL space that they are providing to us at a cost to themselves, a great cost. Some people have seen on social media statements that are not true. The Santa Clara PAL Executive Board is fully aware of the triple net portion of the MOU and our potential operating costs for this space. The board has plans in place to not only offset the operating cost of the facility, but also create a revenue stream that will potentially fund new sports or other programs. If the existing development agreement remains in place, Santa Clara must wait until a hotel is built. There is no predicting when Santa Clara PAL space would become available. This proposed amendment Hunter Storm is requesting accelerates many community benefits as well as including 73 below market rate homes, 20,000 square foot of new retail, and a 3,500 square foot Tavern on the Green restaurant, both of which were a big point of need to the old quad group originally, not to mention a variety of additional road improvements and fees to the city that are part of this DA agreement. In closing, if this DA amendment is not approved, our community and youth sports both lose.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Christine, followed by Chief Pat Nicolai. Christine?
Hi, everyone. This is Christine Beebe. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. I've been following this project. I am in support of this project. I want to commend Hunter Storm for their due diligence in continuing to try to find ways to make this project happen that is beneficial to both. I echo what the last speaker just said about I feel like we have to look at what this is doing for the community. PAL will have a home that it is desperately needed for a long time. And I am elated about that. I know how important sports is for our youth. I also know that some of the data that's been presented, hotelnewsnow.com, I'm not sure what that site is, but my understanding of sites like those is they get paid by their advertisers. And so data from some information that was previously posted, I would be very weary as to where that data came from. I was surprised. I would like to see published studies, which we don't have as it relates to COVID. The effects of COVID, we don't know. What we do know is that we have policy and we need housing for Santa Clara. And we know that Hunter Storm, we're looking for people to partner with and they couldn't find it, yet they've brought to the table, and they brought him today to speak to us about the partnership as it relates to the residential housing. So I'm very excited about that. And I look forward to this amendment being passed. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you, Christine, for your comments. Next, we have Robert Fitch back. Robert, you're back. Robert? I hope you're back, Robert. Muted?
He needs to turn his mic on.
Can you turn your mic on, Robert? Connect with your computer's audio. We see you, we just can't hear you. Okay, we'll keep working on Robert Fitch. Chief Pat Nicolai, followed by Mary Grizzle. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the proposed amendment, strictly from the perspective of the benefit to the PAL program. The opportunity for PAL to occupy their facility 2 to 3 years earlier, it's very exciting. I know they have some great ideas for expanding programs, and this new facility will allow that. And I'm sure the PAL board has entered into their agreement with their eyes wide open and have a realistic idea of what their expenses will be. Of course, if there's an opportunity to sweeten the deal, I am sure the city council and the staff will ensure that the city's best interests will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have Robert? Okay, just let me know when Robert's ready, okay? Mary Grizzle, you're on. Mary?
You want to touch your screen, Mary? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mary.
Most of you know me for a long time. I have a big mouth. Most of you know how I feel about this project, and I'm going to recap just a few sentences from the Planning Commission meeting where I spoke that I think are quite important. Tourism can be a platform for overcoming the pandemic by bringing people together. It can promote solidarity and trust, but only if these projects are built at the right time. If you have been keeping informed, right now, today is not the right time to build a hotel. Today, however, is the right time to build a much needed housing. Hunter Storm is proposing just that, to switch the phase 2 housing component by moving it forward and postponing the hotel to the beginning of phase 2. This, I believe, is good for the city. It's good for the developer, and it's good for our community. We have to stop thinking start thinking that our cup is half full and not half empty. To me, it's a win-win situation, not only for the developer, but for the city as well. I look forward to and welcome the housing be built first. I am very grateful that Hunter Storm can now offer PAL a home sooner than expected. I recommend the continuance be given with no strings attached. Let's all come together and do the right thing for everybody.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have John Elwood, followed by Mark Kelsey. John Elwood.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, good. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. My name is John Elwood. I am a board member for Santa Clara PAL and have worked for Rudolph and Sletton General Contractors. Internally, RNS researches market conditions for those sectors that we're involved with. Our study on hospitality market sector didn't take much to research, as we all saw the effect on travel due to the threat of the spread of the COVID-19. So as a result, the airline industry suffered, so did the hotel occupancies. With the lack of cash flow in the hotel business, lenders, investors, and others are reluctant to finance new hotel construction. Hunter Storm's presentation this evening is consistent with what we're seeing in the hospitality market. I also want to mention that Hunter Storm's request for the amendment to the DA is not a material departure from the agreement with the city of Santa Clara. It's not a renegotiations of any sorts, but it's just a phasing change for the condition outside their control. Those who are asking for more in financial returns from Hunter Storm don't realize the lost revenue that Hunter Storm is experiencing over the next 34 years for the term of the lease with PAL, which will be in excess of an estimated $13 million to $20 million that's going to come off their bottom line. This was their contribution to the city of Santa Clara by donating the 7,500 square feet to Santa Clara PAL and another 1,000 square feet for a conference center that's also going to be enjoyed by other nonprofits and other entities. The park and other amenities also totaling in millions more. So I urge the city council to vote in favor of Hunter Storm's proposed amendment.
Thank you very much. Mark Kelsey, followed by phone number ending in 9814. Mr. Kelsey.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. And I want to speak to the value of this project. It's certainly a very good project for Santa Clara. The sooner it is built, the better. The sooner the housing is built, the better. The sooner the hotel is built, the better. I can certainly understand the concerns about current conditions affecting the ability to finance the hotel and the need to resequence. However, I also believe that the city should enjoy the benefits of resequencing the project as well. There appear to be considerable benefits to the developer in resequencing the project, and I would ask that the city also be compensated for the loss of TOT, for the and to share in the benefits that this acceleration of the project will bring to the developer. So I'm in favor of the project. I would like the council to ask for benefits to the city, perhaps ask the staff to review the potential additional benefits that could accrue to the city. And finally, I have to say that I think it is the right and duty of every citizen to speak their mind about the projects. And I find it concerning that we would cast aspersions on individuals that speak their mind and are really dedicated to the common good. By speaking a contrary opinion does not mean that someone does not have the best interests of the city in mind. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this project.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have phone number ending in 9814, followed by Wally Aminar. So 9814, you're on.
Please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Press *6, and that will unmute you. We'll come back to you, 9814. Wally Aminar, followed by 5499. Go ahead, Wally.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and Council. I am Wally Amyar, and I'm the Executive Director for the Police Activities League here in Santa Clara. For 50 years, PAL has served hundreds of our youth many in underserved communities. Our program is strictly nonprofit, and any money that we generate is through fundraising only and is used to provide services for our youth. As you can imagine, it's becoming more and more difficult to host sporting activities because of the growing cost to our program, such as facility use fees enacted by our school district. In order for us to continue providing these level of service and potentially growing our program, we need to ensure that we have our own space where we're not at the mercy of third-party fees. As you can imagine, COVID has significantly impacted our programs, causing us to cancel all of our activities, which have impacted our participants. Many of those kids don't have anything to do, no activities for the entire summer, which could potentially increase our truancy and involvement in criminal behavior. With the new facility, which will be 7,500 square feet, we will host our wrestling, our judo, and bring back our boxing program. But additionally, we wanted to look at potentially bringing back alternate after-school activities such as robotics or even a computer lab. So, especially in today's climate as it relates to police involvement in our communities, we at PAL want to reiterate the impact that this program has had in building the long-lasting bonds between our community and our police department. So with that being said, I want to reiterate my support for the proposed amendment to the DA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wally. Next is 5499. Phone number ending in. Hello?
Yeah, that number, this is Mike Walkie. That number is mine, and I've already spoke.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Number 8495. 8495.
This is Robert Fitch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. 8495/Robert Fitch. Yes, okay. We finally have you.
Apparently, I can go online and raise my hand, but I have to use my phone in order to call in. And so I've just learned more about my computer. So,
we're happy to have you, Robert. So, okay, go ahead.
I hope so. Yes, I did send in a letter of support, a short letter. We urgently need this housing, especially affordable housing. If we tie the second building to the hotel, we may delay this housing for years, because if the housing market improves but the hotel market doesn't, we then have the housing chained to a hotel that doesn't get built for years. So the housing will not be available, and the facility for PAL will not be available, because we can't expect the developer to just simply wait and somehow build a hotel. So I strongly support this request because we need the housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, was that 9814, or is that no, a new one? 9814. Phone number 9814. Okay, let's try phone number 6508. 6508, we hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council staff. This is Emmy Moore, Minister, and I just wanted to take just a minute or two of your time. I know this has been a long meeting. I, too, am in support of the amendment request before you to allow the resequencing of the buildings. 7 months ago, I would never have thought I'd be here before you nor on the call. Last couple weeks ago with the Planning Commission regarding this, but given the pandemic, which the developer had nothing to do with and is being impacted like all of us are in different ways, I'm not comfortable though with some of the comments I did hear. While everyone's entitled to their opinion, I think that I'm not into the thought of the city council looking at cutting a deal or a new deal. Because of the pandemic and what the developers been faced with. The benefits are already in place. Obviously, the housing, the retail request, the expansion of that, which folks in the Old Quad were interested in. What's happening with PAL, and of course, the much needed improvements to Brokaw and Coleman Avenue. So for those reasons and more, I'm hoping you'll approve. There were comments made about, gee, I don't know if this developer is familiar. This developer is very familiar. I've known this developer from the days I sat on the planning commission, and that was a long time ago. And when I was head of the Old Quad Homeowners Association, they're a reputable firm. I don't represent them, nor have I, but they do a good job and they care about community. And one of my recent questions to them was, how often did you meet? Since I had only met with them maybe once or twice, with neighbors in the Old Quad over since 2015 to present. And there were 15, 20, more than 20 meetings. I was happy to hear that. So they really do care about the community. A lot of the questions and suggestions were adhered to before, and I think it's time to move this project forward. It's a request. So I appreciate your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Next, was that 9814? Oh, 9814. 9814. Okay, we're going to go on to Richard Benito. Richard? Richard? Oh, he fell off. Okay. And then 9814. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Jonathan Evans, you're next. Jonathan? Jonathan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Welcome, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara District 5 and the current president of the Old Quad Residents Association. I oppose this amendment as currently proposed by Hunter Storm. I'd like to start with the definition. Renegotiation. Negotiation of something again in order to change the original agreed terms. The developer is correct, this amendment isn't a renegotiation, but is instead a one-sided demand. Even simple requests to resequence Building 2 before 1 to bring the PAL space online early have not been entertained. As we look to renegotiate this agreement, we should take into account what Santa Clara is receiving in return. The hotel was negotiated early in the construction timeline as it provided a combination of property tax and transit occupancy tax revenue to the city, which helps the city pay its bills. Moving this hotel later in the project delays the source of revenue, even beyond the immediate effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as the typical construction time of a hotel is 3 to 4 years, and any hotel started today would be coming online within the timeframes projected by market research, such as quoted by the applicant's presentation. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of our daily lives, and this pandemic has shown that the Greater Bay Area, Santa Clara included, has a critical lack of affordable housing, as rent affordability has been one of our biggest impacts in this crisis. Those with jobs which have allowed them to work remotely have traditionally been able to afford market rate housing. Yes, we need housing, but it needs to be affordable housing, not just market rate. As part of this agreement, Hunter Storm and Holland have both called out their economies of scale, which will provide savings as part of resequencing the hotel. The community asks that some of the savings be used to bring this project in line with our current affordable housing needs, and that Santa Clara requests an expansion in the affordable housing as a condition for the resequencing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Going on to Patricia Leung. Patricia.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Excellent. Hi. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Patricia Long, Oak Quad board member. I have a couple of requests to the council to start. One, based on what I was told in the meetings I attended in the last year on this project, I was under the impression that the cost of the PAL space would be $1 per month. With the triple net stated in an MOU, can the council find out what the actual cost will be per month? And also curious about what are the additional improvement costs they're going to have to make the space safe for the kids, since the PAL board members keep mentioning that COVID will last for a long time. Number two, the numbers presented earlier are calculated based on historical figures. I would love to see the actual numbers Hunter Storm used to make the critical decision and justify their ask. And on to the request itself, I oppose as it's like the way it is as it stands. I want to hammer in the point that sequencing of the building matters. As we as a community accepted a lower parking ratio from 1.44 to 1.24 safe thunderstorm, approximately $21 million in construction costs so we can have the hotel sequence between buildings 1 and 2. The placement is deliberate, so there's financial incentive for the developer to develop the hotel as soon as possible. The sooner they can build building 2, the more money they can save. It is the city's way of lighting a fire behind the developers behind. The hotel is supposed to bring the city TOT and property tax that can help reduce budget shortfall moving forward. I remind the council we're running at the $10 million deficit through the end of the year and dipping into another 23 in the next fiscal year. I want to thank the city for rolling out quick programs to help our residents like item 2H. It's time to look for longer term solutions to help residents build stability and generational wealth. In exchange of the savings from the city, we would like the developer to push their percentage of affordable units up from 10 to 15% as our current ordinance. If the developer is asking the city to adjust to their current realities, I think the city is obligated to ask Thunderstorm to adjust to the city's current realities in return during this DA renegotiation. Thank you.
Wow, that was incredible timing. All right, let's try Matthew. Matthew? Matthew.
Sorry, I had to find the unmute. This is Matthew. I am a resident of Santa Clara, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home. We're an advocacy organization that advocates for housing and affordable housing throughout Santa Clara County. We agree with many of the speakers that you've heard this evening that this is actually an ideal opportunity for the city to be able to achieve some of its long-range goals in relationship to affordable housing, and that it's reasonable to expect the developer in this case to meet the current standards of the inclusionary ordinance in return for this amendment to the development agreement. Big projects have the capacity to do a little bit more. These are very difficult times for developers. I think we're sensitive to the fact that there's a fair amount of uncertainty, and it's reasonable for the developer to come to the city and sort of make a case for what it needs to move forward. However, the city also needs to capture the value that it can out of the investment that's been made already in the site and the property. And these are hard times. Everybody is taking a haircut. And we think it's a good opportunity to find a win-win with developments that'll allow them to go forward, but also for the city to recapture some of the value in the shape of additional affordable housing units. So we really appreciate the discussion that's happened so far, and we look forward to hearing the council discussion to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. Let's try now number 8495. 8495. They're unmuted. 8495? You're unmuted. Hello? Hello? 8495?
I already spoke.
Oh.
This is Robert Fitch. I already spoke.
We got you back 3 times, Robert. All right. Thank you so much. I do not have any other speakers. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? City Attorney, is it appropriate now to close the public hearing or after the developer applicant makes the next comment?
To the extent that the developer is responding to comments that the public made, I think it's probably better to wait to close the public hearing. Also, if council members have questions that they might want to ask some of the speakers. I think we may want to have the public hearing open until the public has completely exhausted their comments.
Okay, and this time I have one more public speaker, Kevin. Kevin?
Hello, this is Kevin Park. I was on the community call when Hunter Storm proposed their plan, and it was a presentation. It wasn't a discussion of what the people wanted. The people of the old quad that went to the council meetings on their own time and the planning commission giving their own input, I feel that their time and effort was ignored by the developer when the developer presented their changes without additional input from the people. Right? It's not a bad project, but the changes should benefit both sides. This is how you build trust now and on future projects. It can still be win-win, but let us think of ways that the city as a whole can benefit from this and every development, not just save developers money. I think that the housing need, I hear that we have a housing need every single time I go to council, almost every single planning commission meeting that I watch and I have attended. And yet we seem, when the rubber hits the road, to give up on these things when we have a good opportunity to negotiate or at least ask for a win-win. Again, it's not a one-sided win, but a win-win. City council is supposed to be looking for ways that the city can benefit, the city as a whole, not just the development site, not just the parcel, not just the neighborhood adjacent. And I would really like to see a little bit more discussion with the residents and the people who spent their time and effort trying to bring this project to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is this 9814? Is that the same? Is that Robert Fitch's phone number that keeps popping up? Oh, 9814, number 9814?
I didn't know that was my number. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Noreen Carlton, sorry. That's a weird number, but anyways, I figured it out. Good evening, council members and mayor. This high-tech stuff drives me mental. Now I forgot what I wanted to say, but anyways, thank you for listening to everybody. What I've learned living in the city of Santa Clara and meeting with our wonderful council and mayor, who I wouldn't want to be, is that unless the public gets involved and the residents get involved, we can't just build a beautiful city. And things get done, developers are doing their best, but everybody's one-sided. And so when we come together and unify and work together, we can come up with a really great plan. And I just want to remind the PAL people that there was a lot of negotiation, which is not fun. No one unless you're Italian like me, but it actually, even as an Italian, I don't always enjoy it, but we have to ask for things for ourselves and for our people. And I was the Old Quad president, and I left that due to health reasons and Adam and Jonathan have taken over. And we're not here to fight. We want to just help make Santa Clara better. I hope you guys aren't it's coming back to me. But anyways, so what we're asking and negotiating isn't easy, but we are saying, let's be fair. It would be really nice. Maybe things didn't go well with Hunter Storm, but asking for this housing is a real easy fix to really sort of give both sides benefits. And I wish we could just cooperate and easily negotiate these things, but that's not always how it goes. But that's what I'm hoping from the council, that they would talk, and maybe this would just be a simple fix. And I just appreciate you guys listening, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Noreen. Sometimes life isn't so simple, but that's why we're here. All right. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, did you want to read any comments that came in, any e-comments for those who did not speak?
Sure. I have a comment here from Morgan Goldstein. The city should not approve this amendment. Delaying building a hotel will result in a loss of tax revenue for the city with no benefit in exchange. It will take several years to build a hotel, at which point travel is likely to have recovered from the current crisis. Additionally, the site's proximity to SCU support the use of a hotel even without as much worldwide travel. If the city chooses to amend their deal with Hunter Storm, they should at least get something in exchange. End of comment. And the other e-comment is from Lucy Harrow. Request to add more affordable housing to a project close in proximity to public transportation. End of comment. I also received an email. Okay. This is from Gabriel Seagrave. I hope you are all safe and well during this crazy time. I know my fellow Old Quad folks will have input regarding this development. It's been said that we're fighting every proposal for new complexes and developments. However, more oversight by community members can create wonderful projects that create a good atmosphere and accomplish our goals as a city. Sure wish our Old Quad group was around when prior council members tore down our downtown. I'd like to think that wouldn't have happened without a fight. As a resident and as a prior PAL director for Santa Clara Police Department, my question is this. Before we give the developer what they want, and because they brought PAL into this equation as a selling point for their development, what will the lease truly be? After hearing about a triple net lease, I'm curious if it would have even been affordable to PAL after all the fees and property taxes were accounted for. This lease needs to be finalized as it was presented. $1 per year plus utilities, nothing more. A relationship with the city and a developer is no different than personal relationships. I'm feeling some trust issues here, and I think it's time the city was taking care of itself. If we don't stand up for what's best for us right now, Hunter Storm will not and should not respect us and will therefore take advantage of the city if it can. Business is business, and this project has been a moving target since its inception. My opinion is that the mayor and council should not approve this DA amendment as is. End of comment. And there's one more. This is from Linda Lika. I am in support and I work in the hotel and hospitality industry, and it's devastating what the COVID-19 has done. I believe, like Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. However, we building now, they will not. Please support this amendment as I do. It's on record. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to the applicant to respond to what they heard at the public hearing and to make any other comments that they want to make. Is it Josh? Are you going to be the one who makes the final comments?
I'm here.
Or Deke? Which one?
I'll do the speaking right now, and if I get my facts get crossed, I'll let Josh correct me.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
First of all, it's always sobering when you go through the public hearing process, because no matter how hard we think we're trying, clearly at times with both with our supporters and with our our lack of support, it is disappointing when somebody uses the word trust and they don't use it in a way that's favorable to your intent. So I feel badly about that, because I think we have tried very hard on an extremely complicated project. The last place I thought I would find myself 12 months after we put this development agreement to bed would be trying to resolve a global pandemic and its impact on us. What I have heard, though, from both sides is the understanding of housing and how important housing is to us. And so with every right that the council has to say, no, we don't want to make this change, I understand that. But that does not create housing, and it doesn't create affordable housing. And in the course of creating housing and affordable housing, we create jobs in which people shop in and around Santa Clara, in and around the train station, sending a message to our community that we can, as a society, pick ourselves up from this pandemic. So as I listen to the public comments, I do think the priority is on housing. We don't have the ability to solve the hospitality because whether it takes 2 or 3 years to build it, it is not financeable, and the hotel developers don't currently exist. So we desire to do the right thing. We want to be a trustworthy partner. It's a fine line between resequencing and renegotiation. I understand that, but these are the realities that we find ourselves in, and we think that this is a good solution. And I look forward to answering any questions the council may have of me at this time.
Okay. So I think, City Attorney, is this the time for us to close? I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Yes. Is there a council motion to close the public hearing?
Motion hearing. Second.
That was Councilmember Davis, and the second was Councilmember O'Neill? Did I get that right? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Was that a yes?
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Oh, that was a yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. Okay, now's the time for council comments. I can't view. Who? Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I took very copious notes, and what I heard very clearly is that our residents as a whole are in favor of a change in the order that this goes forth based on our realities with COVID. But I also heard, and was true, that the city loses out on the TOT. And so the question was made, does the developer gain by bundling and doing the two buildings together? Yes, they do. So the ask was, can we up the percentage of low-income housing based on that ask? Because everyone said housing is our biggest concern, and we know that. This is what I heard, is that, and I would be in favor of allowing, and that looks like alternative 2. I don't know if I'm willing to make a motion at this point, but that's where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'm in a similar vein as Vice Mayor Hardy. Yeah, I am totally sympathetic to the issue of the hotel, and I think it's only being realistic. It's easy for any of us to say, go ahead and build it, and they will come. But if you don't have the money to build it, there's nothing for people to come to. So I'm hoping that hoping for a miracle, and that things will flip back again as quickly as they turned on us. But I think in part there's the whole confidence factor that we're going to be having to deal with. I see it in every aspect of our lives. I mean, yes, who could have thought this? So one thing that perhaps I would be interested in seeing is we've seen numbers that have been presented about what we believe that or at least what the person who put forward the numbers, one of our residents, about what the savings by having the phase 1 and 2 of the housing, which we all are supportive of, if that number combined with what has been saved on the parking, if some of that savings could fund the the additional, an additional 5% of housing to take it to the highest level, like say going to the moderate level of affordable housing, not looking at, I know the very um, deepest levels of affordability are, sometimes the most problematic to finance. And so, and there is a gap for those people who are what we consider, that are considered moderate income, but they still can apply for affordable housing. So I would be interested in hearing from Mr. Hunter or Josh if their reaction to, could some of that savings on the construction efficiencies that have been referred to could be invested in this community to make that housing even more valuable. So that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the same opinion, and I'm not against the amendment, but amendment should be good for both the parties. Yeah, the amendment proposed by Hunter Storm is one-way amendment, like city is not getting anything financially or for the benefit of its community. Like there's certain benefits which the developer is getting, like construction efficiencies, parking was brought forward, and right now the rates are historic low, interest rates are historic low, and that's because of the COVID. And that benefit will go back to the developer. They will save tons of money on that. So with all of that, what the saving they are making in the process of combining building 1 and 2 construction at the same time, it is time for the city to discuss additional terms. Whether we discuss it today, if we can finalize today, that would be great. Like options on the table are 15% affordable thing. And one thing I want to make it clear, PAL will get its, we want PAL to get the space. And if they get building 2 sooner and PAL gets space, we are all happy. But at the same time, we should be getting something in return for that. And 15% affordability is one thing on the table. Adding more housing to the phase 2 is second thing I just want to bring on the table, because this location, such a prime location for high density, it's away from single family residences. We face so many issues when the developer comes and asks for very high density and it's close to our single family. There are multiple issues. Over here, there are no issues related to those. So we should be looking at that also, like how we can increase the density in the phase 2. And that can be one of the additional terms we can negotiate with the developer. And so ultimately, the benefit should be to both the parties. And we are not asking the developer to make losses. We are asking developer from their savings, basically. Like initially, when we approved this project, the hotel component was very important component. And we will be losing our TOT revenue from that. And looking at the budget where city is right now, we need, if we cannot get the general fund from the TOT funds, we should be looking at how can our community be benefited with their quality of life. And COVID-19 has brought more people into that bracket where they need more affordable housing. So if it has impacted the hotel industry, it has impacted our working class too. So we want to compensate that. So with that thing, I would be happy to second Vice Mayor Hardy's motion that we can approve this amendment, but with additional terms. And those are the terms we need to finalize, whether we want to today, or if you want to take some time, we can move it to next meeting or whatever appropriate date would be. But yeah, if without those additional terms, I will not be in a position to approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy did not make a motion, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what you seconded, but Vice Mayor Hardy, she has not made a motion yet.
Sure, I can make that motion, but I want to make sure we discuss about what are the additional terms. I don't want to
Okay.
make an open motion that we just say additional terms, but we don't have those things. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. So this project in the beginning, I didn't like it. And I know that Josh went out of their way the second time they came to us to, sweeten the deal with the community benefit and taking care of our PAL organization. I find myself right now between a rock and a hard place because of the COVID. First of all, I really, really think we're setting a dangerous precedent by opening up a development agreement, which means if we're going to do this for them, that opens the door to everyone else. So I have a problem with that. Beside that, I have a loyalty to the PAL organization because they were in desperate need. They are in desperate need, and Josh and Deke did come through for that. But at the same time, if I'm going to open a development agreement, then I sure want something back. Whether it be that 15% on the housing to sweeten the deal, because we are going to lose $750,000 for the hotel. That was the other part of me agreeing to the last time, that the hotel would give us a revenue stream. And I was really clear about that because I felt where this area is, the housing is needed. The hotel was needed by the university. They supported it. It's in a perfect location because of where the airport is and the transit. So with the loss of the 750,000, and I'm just Bean County here because I don't really know if it is, it could be more. How much we are going to lose over the next 4 years if this is built in 4 years. So to me, we're taking a hit on the TOT to support the project and support the city budget. We're losing, if we don't approve this, we're losing a huge thing for PAL, a major community benefit. And if we open up the development agreement, we're opening up Pandora's box. So this whole thing is to me, a rock and a hard place again. And I know that the reason it's COVID, and COVID is created, it has decimated businesses. It has created health issues for people. It's just a horrible thing. So where do we as council members and policymakers draw the line? So if I'm going to open a development agreement, I'm going to ask Deke and Josh to look into their heart and either give us the 15% affordable housing, because I knew that when this project, when you put your application in, you grandfathered in, so you didn't have to do the 15%. We didn't have it at that time. I wanted the hotel for the revenue stream. I am now going to lose TOT. So somewhere along the line, we're just going to have to sit down and talk about this and make it fair for everybody. So if we're going to lose something and you're going to lose something, let's balance that somehow. But what I heard also was people were looking for the affordable housing because right now, ABAG and the numbers that are going to come down on us in the next year are going to be unprecedented. What we have to do to give housing and support what happens in our 9 Bay areas, counties, is crazy. But if there's a way that we can figure this out, then I will support opening a development agreement, but I have to hear what Deke and Josh are going to say about this. I just think that we just have to have some open minds. And I know that COVID is not being fair to us, and we didn't ask for it, but it's here. So if you guys can lend any kind of information here, or, you know, talk about this, I'm willing to hear it, all of it. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just go back to my here. Okay. Yeah, so this is a big issue, and everybody's made some very good points. However, you know, the one thing I keep hearing over and over again is, you know, people have referred to this as a renegotiation, and it's not a renegotiation. It's just a reconfiguration, and a reconfiguration that has come at the effect of a pandemic that nobody foresaw a year ago. And, you know, I believe that the developer is committed to the project and the building of the hotel. I don't think he could have said it anymore. And it's frankly, I'm just going to say that it's too bad that it took so long to approve the project to begin with, because otherwise we might not be asking for a reconfiguration right now. He may not be asking for an amendment. So, but still, in the long run, this project is still a benefit to Santa Clara. It's going to bring in public benefits a lot sooner. And something that we haven't talked about very much is the downtown, the impact on the downtown. You know, we may be giving up TOT for a while, but at the same time, we're still looking at 725 units of housing that's going to be coming online sooner. That's going to be right on a transit corridor. That's going to be right across the street from a downtown that has businesses. And that would be a good catalyst for maybe even getting some businesses in the gateway downtown. Last I heard, there's only one retail space leased down there. So things like this could definitely have a positive effect on the downtown instead of waiting 2 or 3 years down the road. And I have to say that, I mean, just based on where the project is located, the impact on the ability to be able to connect to Caltrain. I mean, there are so many benefits to that train station being right there that'll be adjacent to much needed housing that a lot of other cities don't have. They don't have to worry about, they're worrying about at-grade crossings. We're not. They're worrying about shuttling people to the trains. We're not going to have to, because we're going to have important housing right in that area, and 10% housing as well. So the project shows that Santa Clara is doing things right, and that by moving forward with the reconfiguration, the downtown is going to attract businesses. It's going to attract residents, and it's going to bring on important revenue more than anything else. And my concern is that not approving the reconfiguration and delaying it for 2 years is going to be a detriment to getting more business in the downtown and bringing attention to that project. I mean, it's just like the related project. We looked at that as bringing as a revenue stream to the city to be able to generate the income to help develop the downtown. This project now, the way it's going to be reconfigured, has the ability to do the same exact thing. And I think we need to look at that. I'm sorry that this has happened. This is not anything that Hunter Storm had any control over. I feel like in some ways that people want to punish them because they want more out of it. But this is not, this was beyond their control. Everything that's happening around us right now is beyond our control. But what we do have control over is being able to move this project forward and getting some important housing online whenever in the next 9 months, to getting a building permit in place and moving forward and getting some housing done. And then, like they said, if things change and there's the ability to put a hotel in place, then they will put a hotel in place. But we still have the ability to have a revenue stream through property taxes. We have retail, commercial, and other streams of revenue that will come as a result, even taxes to the downtown, by as getting people excited about the downtown, getting it activated, and in the long run, I see this as a win-win for everybody. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I just want to make a few comments, and then I'm going to ask the developer to come back, because if you hear a lot of people's comments, I think that, you know, some are asking for more. I just want to remind people of the history of this project. We approved it last August of 2019. We had several meetings about it. There was a lot of community outreach, and it was a project that was vetted a lot in the downtown and in the community. And it ended up being unanimously approved by the city council at the time. And when the developers first brought us the project, we didn't really like it here on the council, so we sent them back to work with the community. And the community did a phenomenal job of working with the developers to come back with a project that would have a lot of community benefits involved in the project. So the project morphed into what is before us today, and that project that really garnered unanimous council approval, which is, you know, difficult, especially with a contentious project. So we all thought we put everything to bed, but we didn't, because the pandemic hit. The pandemic is no one's fault. The pandemic has caused harm in every aspect of all of our lives, mentally, physically, business, you know, people can't feed their families. It's just become a tremendous burden, which is the reason we're here today. The hospitality industry is decimated. I just have a letter on my desk by chance from the last couple of days from a major hotel in Santa Clara. And I'm just going to read a little bit of it. It's a warn notice, and the warn notice has come out when they are reducing workforce. I'm not going to say what hotel it is, but I just want to read this. While there are encouraging signs that our economy can begin to reopen in some areas, it has now become clear that the demand for travel, events, and hospitality services will take substantially longer to resume than previously anticipated, with likely ongoing social distancing until a reliable COVID-19 vaccine or treatment becomes available. We cannot predict when our way of doing business will return to quote-unquote normal. With such a significant reduction in our business in a rapidly evolving situation, we have to make painful choices that would have seemed unthinkable just a few short time ago. The reality is we need to take further action to support the long-term operation of the company in a completely new operating environment. We initially anticipated that employee furloughs at the hotel would be temporary. Due to the sudden, dramatic, and unforeseeable additional impact of this pandemic on our business that is outside of our control, unfortunately, we must now engage in some conversions of furloughs to layoffs. And the reason I read that, because I've heard over and over again tonight that the city is losing transient occupancy tax. Losing. And I'll tell you, we're not losing something we never had, and we will likely not have for years. And that is one of the reasons our budget went from a positive, projections to a very negative one, which was TOT, transient occupancy tax, and sales tax. So to talk about this project as if we are losing something, we are not, because we never had it. And I know there's many people out there that believe that they're financing experts and they're real estate experts and everything else, but here's a cold, hard reality. That hotel, which we valued so much in August of 2019, that we made the developer put it in the first phase, because at that time, with our values of what was happening here in Santa Clara and the massive development of, residential and other issues, that was the most important thing to us at that time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, things have changed. And it's not Hunter Storm's fault. It's not the city's fault. It's not the residents' fault. We're not placing blame on anyone. Or we should not be pointing fingers like the greedy developer or the greedy residents that want more or things like that, because that doesn't do any of us really any good. So the way I looked at this project is what's important to me as the mayor of this city. What's important to me to look at this project and what is it bringing to the community? Because I've heard over and over, even from my colleagues, that it's one-sided and the city is receiving nothing. So I took a deep dive into this project, and this is one of the reasons we approved it in the first place. And sometimes things are a blessing in disguise, because when I talk about values, we valued the hotel. That was our #1 value. To me, it's not even in the top 10 anymore, because it's going to generate nothing for us right now. So I looked at, by rephasing this project, we are actually going to get 725 units of residential up front now. We're going to get that park with the building and the restaurant in the first phase. We're going to get PAL. They'll have their donated building in the first phase. We're going to get retail in the first phases of the development. All of those things, residential, parks, which have become so important during this pandemic. PAL, to keep our underserved community. And these are the children in our underserved community, mind you, in the first phase, and they don't have to wait 2 or 3 years. They've been struggling trying to find locations. I know Councilmember Watanabe and I, we observe the PAL board. We're the liaisons from the city, and we have watched PAL over this time period. And I know a lot of we've had emails and other representations that PAL didn't know what they were doing, that they didn't understand that the dollar that they'd have to pay triple nets or property tax. Yes, they did. We have very sophisticated people, very knowledgeable people on the PAL board. They knew exactly what they were doing, and people that were making these representations said, I've never seen them at a PAL board meeting. PAL knows what they're doing, believe me. But also what's really important is that because these things are in the first phase, we talk about critical mass. We'll have a critical mass of people. So if we ever want to achieve a BART station in Santa Clara, we'll start to have critical mass of people there. We'll have critical mass, as Kathy Watanabe brought it up, for the downtown. Critical mass of people, which you need. I know I try to rent things all the time down there. It's difficult because we don't have enough people. And the values. We will now get our park fees. In the phase 1 of the residential, we're looking at $6.7 million of park fees. In phase 2 of residential, we would get over $14 million in park fees, $20 million in park fees. Could we use that in our city general fund for parks? I'd say yes, we can. That is a big plus for us. The donation of the lease to PAL, and PAL is a city-sponsored organization. It's going to be valued between $14 and $20 million that the developers, had they been able to lease that space at market rate, and that's pretty conservative, they would have generated another $14 to $20 million in revenue. So that's a donation because, and I want to thank the residents, the Old Quad Residents Association, the residents of downtown Santa Clara that held their feet to the fire on this development, resulted in that $14 to $20 million donation to PAL. And that park, that beautiful park with the restaurant that's going to be in the building at the park. That was all because of our residents and holding their feet to the fire. And I just want to end by saying, and I know the council, some wants this, some wants that. I get that because of the narrative that was out there that they're going to make all this money and we're getting nothing. I wanted to put the other side of the coin out there. We would be getting a lot, And I have to say, we have open development agreements in the past and considered them. We just did one with Kylie just a couple months ago. We opened up that development agreement. So I want to say at the end of the day, the values. Right now, for me, that hotel has zero value. And it had a great value last year. Things changed just that quickly where it has zero value to me right now. But what does have value for me is housing. That has great value. And it's going to be interesting to see what the COVID pandemic does with our rents, what happens to market rents now. It's going to be very interesting. But we have housing, open space with the restaurant. People are, we talked about the school district fencing off all the open space in the community. We desperately need that open space in the community. PAL, to serve the underserved youth of our community with programs to keep them off the street, to collaborate with our police department. Is there ever a better time to have programs with our police department and the youth of our community? There's never been a better time than there is right now for that. To have critical mass with mass transportation and, of course, the downtown and the amenities. Those are things to me that are of value to this community, to me, right now. A hotel is not, because it's fake, it's false, it's not going to happen. When it does happen, that is a fantastic location for a hotel. The University of Santa Clara has already said they're going to be using it like crazy. It's close to all those, millions of square feet of office buildings. It's close to the airport. It's a prime location. And I can't imagine that the sophistication of these developers, that when there is the market for the hotel, they will get that financed and built. So, council, I thought this was going to be simple. I was wrong. I was really wrong, because it's a lot of it is a repeat of what happened in August of 2019. There's some very legitimate wants, asks, needs. But I really think that we should look at the big picture, council. Look at the big picture of what this project's going to bring us right now. Right now, not what you had hoped it would bring or you think we're losing, but what does this bring right now in our deliberations? So I'm sorry I went on for long, because this has been a long process here. But I really think we should move this forward. And if it doesn't move forward, we should find some very reasonable ways to get this moving forward. Because I thought when we approved this in 2019 that this was a model for other development projects in our community. Because I know not everybody was happy at the end, but it was because of our residents that made it a model of a developer giving back to the community. And with the park, the PAL, and everything else, I felt like they really had done that. So anyways. So I don't know if the developer wants to make any comments at this point.
Yes, I'll make a
Okay.
comment. I truly do appreciate your perspective, Mayor, and I think you articulated it better than I ever could, that, this is a global pandemic, and I feel like while the intent is understood by people in the community, that we are being taxed for something that none of us could have ever expected. The phase one of this project, which is now 2 buildings, which is what we're asking for in this amendment, is still very fragile, right? We're trying to hold all this together. And I don't want to disrupt that in any way. And I think you are right. I think the alternative of losing this project, and your perspective on, if I don't have a hotel, there never is any TOT. And frankly, if we had a hotel today, there wouldn't be any TOT either, for that matter. But I will add something if this helps. I will make a commitment to increase the affordability on the phase 2 portion of this project up to 12%, where we started off at 0 and went to 10. I'll take it to 12% if I don't get this hotel started in calendar year 2025. I am dedicated to getting this hotel started. I need this exception to get this project off the ground for the community to develop housing, create jobs, and affordability. But I'll backstop my commitment and increase the affordability on the phase 2 portion of this project, just to throw some scratch in the game, that we're not out here just for ourselves, that we are part of the community. And we do appreciate the input and the time taken by the Old Quad and other residents in the community. And we see the value of PAL. We see the value of everything else we're doing in the phase 1. But I wanted to, emphasize my commitment to Santa Clara, to the community, that we will keep trying our hardest. And if we can't achieve it, even if the pandemic goes on, God forbid, that we will increase the affordability of phase 2 as, I hate to call it a penalty or a tax, but really just more of backstopping my commitment. And that's a multi-million-dollar impact to the pro forma, but it is hopefully a loud voice as the applicant, how sincere we are and how much we appreciate both the support and how much we hear in opposition, but the intent of the opposition, not to stifle us, but to get to the best outcome. So I would welcome your support, and I would welcome if you want to add on my commitment to the community for phase 2, that we haven't started broken ground on the phase 2 portion, that we would increase the affordability by 20% to 12% on the second phase of the project.
Okay. Thank you. Council? I need some motion so we can keep going.
I have my hand raised.
Councilmember Watanabe? Oh, I can't see anything, so.
Thank you. And thank you, Zeke, for the comment. I was just going to go ahead and just go ahead and make a motion to introduce an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the DA for the Gateway Crossings project between the City of Santa Clara and TOD Brokaw LLC, and in addition, the phasing 12% of affordable housing in phase 2 of the project, and including 12%. I heard that right, correct? It's 12%?
Yes.
12% if I didn't get the hotel started by 2025.
Oh,
Okay,
add that.
and then, okay, so 12% of affordable housing in phase 2 if the hotel is not, if the hotel hasn't broken ground.
Okay, is that the?
No.
That's my motion.
No, what I understood was 12% of the affordable housing in phase 2, right, and that you were going to have your hotel started by 2025. Did I hear that wrong?
I was combining it. I was trying to show commitment to the community, that if we have not broken ground on the hotel by 2025, we would escalate the phase 2 affordable to 12%.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, could we get a little bit better definition of broken ground?
Okay.
Our current development agreement defines it as I believe it's either a grading or a foundation permit. So we would use the same language that currently exists in the development agreement. So we would have to pull the foundation permit and commence work, I believe, as I'm going off the top of my head at home.
Okay, well,
we would use the same measure that we had before, and as a benchmark for us to start by 2025. Otherwise, it would automatically trigger 12% affordability in the phase 2 portion of the project.
Okay, so I guess we'll just have to get together logistically as to
the definition of breaking ground.
Well, yeah, we have a draft development agreement amendment in the file here, but it doesn't talk anything about this new concept. So we're going to have to add that to that. And then the other issue of complexity is that there's an ordinance that goes along with it. So I guess we'll just have to act pretty quickly in terms of getting that language precise, and then I guess we can report back to the council. And of course, this will have a second reading, so you'll be able to see that language
On the second
on the
reading.
second reading.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second so we can have a little more discussion.
Okay, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Okay, do you have any other comments, Councilmember Watanabe?
No, that's all I had, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal, your light's on?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. So respectfully, Mayor Gilmore, I disagree with you that hotel is a zero value right now. Right now, it can be a zero value. You know, we are working on a TOT tax ballot measure in November. If we take that approach that we will not be getting any money from hotels, then we should never be bringing that ballot measure. So looking at the long perspective, the hotel will get us the money. And one of the reasons which I voted for when we voted for this project earlier was because of the revenue generation from the hotel to the city TOT revenue generation. And this location is ideal for high density, even a higher density. I compromise with that. So when we say we are taxing the developer, no, we are not taxing the developer. I would like to find out from the developer with the economy of scale and with the lower interest rate on construction, how much money are they saving? And I don't want to tax the developer, but we want to share what they are saving so that we can give it to our community. And again, I will bring that. COVID-19 has been unprecedented, and for hotels, airlines, it has been unprecedented. But at the same time, it is unprecedented for our working class who need accommodation at affordable rate too. So I'm trying to get their saving into the community by putting that saving, whatever saving they are making, so that we can bring it back to the community. We can increase the affordability component on those. And that's the reason I'm trying to add 15%. And I would be happy to say, building one, let's go with as is, but let's start the 15% to compromise, to make a good both way decision, and both parties should be gaining. Let's add that 15% on for building 2 and phase 2. And if we can increase the phase 2 number of dwelling units, that would be great. So those are my comments. If you want to discuss further on what terms we can discuss to negotiate these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I just want to just clarify that I said it has zero value because the hotel isn't built, and even if we pass the TOT, there is no hotel there because they can't finance it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to make the point that when we're talking about the difference of 10% to 15% on this first phase 1, that's only 9 units. And that seems to be where some of us would like to go. What I want to know with the developer's offer of phase 2, how many units are in phase 2?
Off the top of my head, phase 2 is roughly about 800 units.
And is there no, at this point in the agreement, is there no, because you talked about 12%, are there no affordable units pegged for that phase?
Oh, there are. There's currently there's 10% on both phase 1 and phase 2. So if phase 2 was 800 units, it would have currently 80 affordable units.
So we're talking about if you're willing to raise that to 12, we would have 16 more affordable units as opposed to going with 15% in phase one, where we would only get 9 more. Is that correct?
Phase one is 750 units, rough 725 units. So 5% of 725 is closer to 37 units.
So we'd be giving up.
No,
We're talking about a difference of 15 units approximately.
If you're talking, just to be clear, the impact on phase one, while I know everybody is highlighting what they see as the economies and all that, it has been brought up and articulated well. There's a ton of costs that come along with that second building, and that creates all the benefit from our portion as far as what we bring to the community, developing the park, the roads, etc. So adding additional impact just adds to the fragility of the phase one. I was trying to offer up, I was trying to show my commitment in the incentive of phase two and move that from, I said 12%. So that'd be a 20% increase. So that would be another 16 units on top of already the 80 units we'd be building in phase two. I'm trying not to add more burden into phase one, contrary to how it's being described. It's still under a lot of weight relative to construction costs and everything else that's been outlined out there. So I was just trying to commit to you, I was trying to, reassert to you my commitment, to bring the hotel in. I'm a beneficiary of bringing the hotel in, and that this is just not an ask. So that's why I've been focusing, trying to create some benchmark, some incentive on phase two, not on phase one. And to the city attorney's comment earlier, I did eyeball real quickly. I do think that it's in section 2.8 of the existing development agreement is where it defines construction start.
Thank you. Okay. Vice Mayor, do you still have comments?
My point is we're coming down to arguing over a few units, and there is an admitted savings for bundling the two buildings together, and that's where I wanted to gain some of that housing because of the realities for so many of our residents who are struggling. And I'm hearing that there are other council members that are feeling similarly. But there is a motion on the table at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you. So, Mr. Hunter, I hear some what you're saying in terms of, I think you make a good point that phase one, it sounds like what you're saying is that all of the costs of all these benefits is being loaded into your pro forma for phase one. Is that correct? So the cost of the park and the PAL and the roads and the park fees and all those other things. So what you're saying is all of that cost is being loaded into phase one?
That is correct.
So when you're saying that the cost is burdened when because I assume that I don't know if you've got financing, you probably don't have financing yet for this project. So is that what you're saying, that your concern is that if we put the cost of the affordable housing when this project is front loaded, that you're saying that you're worried about the viability of the financing?
It's just not great. I mean, for us to go back and renegotiate with the Holland Group after we've told them one thing to another, it just opens up, just like tonight, it opens up Pandora's box. So that's why I'm trying to segregate that. And, and I don't want to come off to the other council member like I'm being cheap. If you want to set the benchmark in phase two up to 15%, I wanted to come off as a positive that right now what we would be creating is jobs, housing, affordable housing under the construct that our current agreement relies upon. But for moving the hotel from phase one to prior to building phase two, we would um, we would show our appreciation for that accommodation by increasing the affordability on phase two. We don't even have to make it a benchmark to whether or not we succeed on the hotel. We'll just increase as part of the compromise, the affordability on phase two from the 10% to 15%. And whether I get the hotel started on time by 2025 doesn't matter. We will give that up as an accommodation to also try and show that we are working with the community. But I don't want to compound the fragility of phase one. I want to show my commitment. I will show my commitment to adding more affordability in phase two, and you'll just hopefully I'll be successful and I'll land that hotel,
Okay.
Sooner.
Okay, I very much appreciate that. I would like to ask the maker of the motion if they would consider that amendment. I think it was Councilmember
Yes.
Watanabe.
Yes, that's fine.
And we'd have to, City Attorney Doyle, let me just ask as a point of information here.
Could you restate, Councilmember O'Neill, what the amendment
motion
is?
would be
Yeah, thank you.
We would approve the amendment to the development agreement with the provision that the affordability component of the buildings 3 and 4 will be raised to 15%. And I don't know if we have to at this point, and I'm sorry to do this to you, City Attorney Doyle. And,
He's ready for it. He's here ready. Yeah.
If we have to specify the levels of affordability, or if we just want to mirror what is in the current development agreement for phase 2, but just change the number to 15%.
That's what I was going to suggest, that I'll just,
Okay.
I think it's actually an easier amendment this way than to deal with the trigger. So I don't have the development agreement in front of me, but I do have the note that I would just simply change the figure from 10% to 15% for phase two.
Buildings,
Phase two of the development.
3 and 4.
Yeah, okay, buildings 3 and 4.
Okay, so that was an amendment, and the maker of the motion accepted the amendment?
I think the developer wanted to say something.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Hunter?
I understand that clarification and I agree with it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember O'Neill, you were the second to the motion, so.
Yeah, so I accept that change to the motion.
So that's 15% on phase 2, buildings 3 and 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this? All right, let's try this. Assistant City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I raised my hand. Can I?
Yes, and I don't have it, but yes, go ahead okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Hunter, I have a quick question or request, basically. Can we look at the proposal of building 2 also at 15%?
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm really not. The answer would be no. I feel like I'm being asked a lot, given that I didn't create this world pandemic, and yet I am trying to create jobs and housing, and I'm trying to put my best foot forward and show my, equal commitment. So I would like to stick with the motion respectfully.
Okay, and my second request, which I've been talking about, was increasing the density on the phase 2. So phase 2 has around 800 unit, 800, 840 or something. Is there a possibility we can increase that density to a higher density where we can add around maybe 200 units on that phase? Can we look at that option?
I would just say at a really high level that if the city takes it upon themselves to increase the density in in our specific corridor out there, we would just at arm's length, we would entertain at the time. It's to our benefit, but those units don't exist, and we would not take that on. It's been pretty heavy lifting for the last 10 years out there to get the area wide specific plan done. So I understand your desire. I would I will take a look at what exists when it's time for us to build phase two. I'll commit to the 15% affordability. And if there are more units available in what's I think we'll call the station area specific plan, we will look at that to see if that's doable for us. But intuitively, it sounds like a nifty idea.
Okay, and with that, Director Andrew, I would like to have your comments like, what do you think of adding additional 200 units to the phase two?
Whose comments do you want on that?
And Director Andrew, like, is it doable?
I think the developer just told you that it wasn't doable and they don't agree to that, but you want to talk to the community development director?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Crabtree, if you'd like to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the question is, could they increase the number of units in phase two? Would the process be to do that? Is that correct?
Yes, what it will take to do that process, like what will take, whether it's doable, feasible, or not feasible. If feasible, what needs to be done to the project?
So really, that's a new entitlement process. The environmental analysis that was done for the EIR that was certified for this project didn't account for additional units. So they would need to go through an additional environmental analysis and new entitlements for that to basically modify the project to include additional units at this point. That would be probably close to a year process to complete that. And I think what the developer said last is that, they'd like to preserve their current entitlements as requested today. If at some point in the future, there's actions taken by the city that would facilitate additional density, they're open to exploring, some future re-entitlement around that. The city's taking the initiative. But it's really a separate question from what it's really something they want to keep separate from what they're requesting today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I have Councilmember Davis that would like to speak. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hunter, I want to thank you for taking the phase two up to 15%. I think that's a reasonable concession. Being front loaded on the first phase, I understand that, but at the same time, I'm really concerned about affordable housing and things. So by doing this, I applaud you for the concession, and I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, if we could go now to our roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. It's deja vu, another unanimous vote. Congratulations, wow.
I appreciate it, and if I was on video, you would see that I am now totally gray, and
I think we all are.
and I really do appreciate it. I know it's not appropriate for me to give public comment post-approval, but we want to be a good member of the community, and I do applaud the intensity and the commitment by the Old Quad, and I hope they feel equally that we are trying hard too. So I do appreciate your support tonight, and let's just keep our fingers crossed that our world gets better and we all stay healthy and safe.
And you probably don't want to see us for a while, but thank you. And we appreciate the concessions that you made and the openness to all the council. I mean, you can see it was a very collaborative effort to get to this, and you were very cooperative, and I want to thank you, because I truly believe this is still a model project that is going to be such a benefit in so many ways, especially right now. So thank you so much, and let's hope you get that hotel soon, that you get it built, and we can actually put people in it. So thank you very much. And thank you, council.
Thank you to everybody in the community.
Okay. Moving on, and didn't we have someone come in the beginning and say, oh, your meetings start too early because it's short? I think, yeah, okay, so, 7.5 hours later, here we are. Or is it 8.5 hours later? I don't know. Okay, so now we go to reports of members and special committees. Do we have any?
I have none.
Okay. City manager, you still with us? Executive director reports?
I have nothing to report out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that leads us to our adjournment. I'm asking that we adjourn in the memory of 4 individuals. And the first one, Kathy, would Councilmember Watanabe, would you like to read Mrs. Sposo Pantalon? Kathy?
Yeah.
And then I'll read the other 3. Go.
I'm up. I know staff sent it to us before they left. Okay, so yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we are. Our first adjournment is on behalf of Eden Esposo Pantaleon, who is a long-term Santa Clara resident and sister of Senior Advisory Commissioner Helen Narciso. Eden Esposo Pantaleon was born on March 15th, 1947. She married her husband, Jamie Pantaleon, on December 19th, 1971. She moved to Santa Clara in the North Side in 1978. She worked as a nurse at Valley Medical Center and retired in 2008 after 25 years of service. Eden passed away on June 8th, 2020 at her North Side Santa Clara home. She is survived by 2 children, 2 grandchildren, 3 brothers, her sister Helen Narciso, 9 nephews, 6 nieces, and 23 grandnieces and nephews. She will be dearly missed by her family and many loved ones. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm also asking that we adjourn in the memory of Carolina M. Simon, long-term Santa Clara resident. Carolina M. Simon was born on November 12, 1926 in Leon, Philippines, and has 2 siblings. She attended St. William's College in Leog and became a teacher. Carolina and her husband, Romeo, had 6 children. When Romeo passed away, Carolina moved to the U.S. in 1973 and later settled with her children in the Bay Area. Upon retirement, Carolina stayed active, caring for her 10 grandchildren, volunteering at church, and visiting friends and family. Carolina passed away on May 31st, 2020 in Santa Clara at the age of 93. Her secret to a long, healthy life was good sleep, eating well, going places, and going out when there are parties. Wow. She is survived by her 6 children and 10 grandchildren. She will be dearly missed by her family and her friends. And I'm also very sad to say we have an adjournment for 2 Silicon Valley Power employees. The first is Jason Mike Whitfield. Mike Whitfield was born on June 29, 1973. He was hired at SVP in November 2017 as an electric utility electrician. As part of the SVP team, Mike worked the maintenance of 12 kV breakers, substation capacitor banks, and substation transformers. He also supported municipal services by responding to traffic signal emergency calls and provided locating support of electrical circuits and facilities in Santa Clara. Mike was an avid Bay Area sports fan and enjoyed discussing local teams with his coworkers. Mike passed away on May 21st, 2020, at the age of 46. Also ask that we adjourn in the memory of Mikey Philippe Brillantes Varay, Silicon Valley Power SVP employee. Mikey Varay was born on March 4th, 1992. Mikey attended Sacramento State University, obtaining bachelor's degree in both electrical and electronics engineering. He joined Silicon Valley Power in July 2017 and worked in the position of engineering aide until April 2018. Mikey was rehired in September 2018 as an ad-needed electrical estimator and was an integral part of SVP's estimating team. He was known to be a hardworking team player who provided excellent customer service. Mikey passed away on June 12th, 2020, at the age of 28. I'd like to ask if I could please have a motion to adjourn in all their memories.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned.